The Lancaster Barnstormers playing some of their best baseball of the season, especially on the pitching front. And now they have come back to Charleston, West Virginia in Appalachian Power Park, where they have pulled off their only road sweep of the 2021 season. And the Barnstormers look to continue their winning ways and hold on and perhaps grow their lead in the Northern Division race here in the second half. But they're going to run into a West Virginia power team that has gotten some key reinforcements in for the second half of the season, and those reinforcements come in the way of a bunch of former Barnstormers. Junior Rincon was traded here by Ross Peoples not all that long ago. Jimmy Paredes has returned from the Mexican League to rejoin this power ball club. And finally, West Virginia, just over the last few days, has acquired the services of former Barnstormer regular Olmo Rosario, a part of the 2014 championship squad at Clipper Magazine Stadium. Paredes and Rosario both in Mark Minikazi's starting lineup this evening as we open up this three-game series. The Barnstormers with a perfect record against West Virginia on the season. They've won all 6 meetings between these two ball clubs. Lancaster coming in here just looking to win the series. Ross is stressing that on a twice-weekly basis, that the objective is to win every series. And the Barnstormers have done that every series since the first series of the second half. They fell to 1-2, but now winning 7 out of the last 9 games. Win every series, take 2 of 3. Every time out. When we get to the 4-game series at Long Island over Labor Day weekend, then you're okay with a split since that 4-game series is on the road. But if you keep winning series, good things will happen for your ball club. Tonight, the Barnstormers have switched the order of their starting pitchers for this series. Dominic DeSabatino will go in this one. He is trying to win his 9th straight decision, the only start where he has not won in his last 9 was right here at West Virginia. He came out early injured. The Barnstormers did go on to win that game with a great performance from the bullpen, especially Yoel Espinal in long relief. And DeSabatino's winning streak was allowed to continue. He has won, as I mentioned, 8 straight decisions. He leads the league in wins with 9. He's 9-3 on the season. Junior Figueroa will be his mound opponent tonight. Figueroa, a youngster, just 22 years of age, and he only turned 22 on Monday, is 2-4 with a 7.67 ERA. The Barnstormers have seen him once before, and they started to get to him in the middle innings. Here are the starting lineups for tonight's game. Caleb Gindel will lead off. He will be the designated hitter tonight. Blake Alleman, the hero in the bottom of the 9th last night with the walk-off home run, will bat second and play second base. The center fielder batting third is Alejandro Diaz. Kelly Dugan is batting cleanup, and he will play first base. Trayvon Robinson will bat fifth and play left. The right fielder batting sixth is Ladarius Clark. Anthony Peroni catching, batting seventh. Jake Hoover with the start at third base. He is batting eighth. And Cleo Luis Rondon is the Barnstormers shortstop, batting in the number 9 slot. Notice Blake Galen's name not in the lineup last night. He had just a little bit of a health issue, came out of the game last night. I thought it might have been just to get Clark's speed in left field with the 4-run lead, but Galen has a mild injury. He stayed back in Lancaster to get some treatment, is expected to rejoin the ball club upon the return home on Tuesday. For the Power tonight, Connor Myers leads off in center field. Teodoro Martinez will bat second. He will serve as the designated hitter. Jimmy Paredes batting third at third base. The cleanup hitter is Edwin Espinal. He'll play first. Olmo Rosario, who is going to turn 41 on Tuesday, that amazes me, is the second baseman batting fifth. Miles Williams, yet another one-time Barnstormer, is batting sixth. He is in left. The shortstop batting seventh is Elmer Reyes. Alfonso Reyes will do the catching. He is batting eighth. And the right fielder batting ninth is Nate Easley, with Junior Figueroa on the mound. He comes into tonight with a record of 2 wins and 4 losses. It is the first lovely day in Charleston they've had in quite some time. There was no batting practice because it took the bulk of the day to get the field in playable shape for tonight's game. They had, I was told, 6 consecutive days of substantial rain here in the Charleston area, which was the bulk of the recent road trip to North Carolina. West Virginia had some kind of night last night. They had a rain delay in Gastonia, and if you were following our broadcast, we talked about this, and finally got the game started. They went 12 innings and lost to Gastonia last night in the bottom half of the 12th. The game itself took over 4 hours, and they did not finish until after 12:30 in the morning, and then they had the long bus ride from Gastonia back here to Charleston, and it was just about daybreak when the power returned home to West Virginia. The Barnstormers left this morning at 7 o'clock, but it was really an earlier start time than that because this go-around, the Barnstormers performed their COVID testing, and I think this is a great move. They did it at home before getting on the bus, and once again, no issues as far as the virus is concerned with the Barnstormers Ball Club, but we do have the testing protocols, and we got through it one more time, and hopefully that will continue to be the case for the remainder of the season. Our umpiring crew tonight, Darnell Ray will be signaling the balls and strikes. They just wired him up. Brad Polk is the first base umpire, and Drew Ashcroft will be the umpire over at third as we get this 3-game weekend series underway. 7:05 tonight and tomorrow, and 1:05 on Sunday afternoon for the series finale. It will be our last day of the 2021 regular season anyhow here in Charleston, West Virginia. The Barnstormers start tonight with a 1-game lead in the Northern Division. Lancaster is 8-4, Southern Maryland 7-5. Here in the second half, Southern Maryland will be entertaining the Long Island Ducks over the weekend, and thank goodness that series is in Southern Maryland. If it were scheduled for Fairfield Properties Ballpark, chances are they would have moved it to Southern Maryland. Hurricane Henri looks like it is headed almost to the front door of Central Islip and Fairfield Properties Ballpark on the latest modeling. So a good thing that the Ducks are on the road, and hopefully they don't take any kind of really severe hit to the stadium or that area over the next couple of days. West Virginia Power taking the field here at Appalachian Power Park, nestled in the mountains just outside of downtown Charleston and right along the Interstate I-64 running beyond the left field fence. We're also on the approach to Charleston's airport here, and we'll have the jet traffic overhead from time to time here tonight. It's not a terribly busy airport. We're not talking about LaGuardia with Citi Field, but there is a plane that will usually take off over us as the game goes along. Junior Figueroa, the last member of the West Virginia Power to take the field as we get ready for our national anthem this evening for the opener of this 3-game series. And now we will send you down to the field for our opening ceremonies.
At this time, please rise and remove your caps for the singing of our national anthem. Performing the anthem tonight, Huntington Bank's West Virginia Regional Marketing and Communications Manager, Chelsea Betts.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed. that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All set and ready to go on this beautiful night for baseball here in Charleston, West Virginia. The Toast Man is in place. I had a chance to talk with him earlier today. His name is Rob Blackstone. He grew up around Pittsburgh, moved to this area. He'd never been to a minor league baseball game, came to a ball game of the Charleston Wheelers back in the early 90s and started to cheer for the home team. Then somebody yelled out, "Your toast," and he was encouraged once they got the "Your Toast" cheer going by then owner Dennis Bastine, a colleague of mine way back when, to bring the toaster to the ballpark, and it mushroomed into a just great piece of the local folklore around baseball in Charleston, West Virginia. The Toast Man is set up with his toaster behind home plate. There's a meeting on the mound with the coaching staff and right-hander Junior Figueroa scheduled to start here this evening as I believe that's the pitching coach, Paul Menhart, out there with them. They have some extra lining of the field to do in the interim. Caleb Gindel will momentarily be leading off for the Barnstormers here tonight. Gindel had a terrific series the last time we came to Charleston, and overall against the Power, he has 6 home runs, and he has driven in 13 in the 6 meetings between these two ball clubs. It'll be Gindel, Alamund, and De Haza for the Barnstormers here in the top half of the first inning. Anderson De La Rosa has the stopwatch. He will be headed down to coach first base as Anthony Peroni catches Dominic DeSabatino tonight. They usually work together. DeSabatino's last start when he beat Long Island 6-4 last Saturday evening, Peroni wasn't 100%. De La Rosa caught that game, but Anthony is back in there working with his roommate Dominic DeSabatino for tonight. Junior Figueroa is making his warm-up tosses here as Gindel stands and watches in the on-deck circle, trying to get the timing down, trying to remember exactly what Figueroa has. The Barnstormers did face him here on the 27th of July and got to him for 4 runs in the first inning and a 3-run home run by Ladarius Clark. They added 3 more in the second. Some of that was built on an error. Also a 2-run homer by Gindel. And Gindel tacked on a sacrifice fly in the third as the Barnstormers reached him for 8 runs, 7 earned in his 4-inning stint. Gindel steps in to get things underway tonight. Overall, Caleb is batting .293 with 22 home runs and 60 runs batted in. What's amazing about the Barnstormers is that they're playing their best baseball of the year. They're playing their most winning baseball of the year, 7 out of the last 9, consistently pulling out the victories over the past week and a half to 2 weeks. And they're hitting the worst that this club has all year. They're batting only .233 in that 9-game stretch, but they've scored 61 runs out of the 69 hits. First offering to Gindel tonight is a called strike. It is 0-1. Gindel leading the league with 42 extra base hits. The 0-1 pitch tails outside as Figueroa works quickly. The count to Gindel is 1-1. He's the designated hitter in the lineup tonight for manager Ross Peoples. Swinging a foul ball back. Figueroa has the advantage at a ball and 2 strikes, and he is pitching rapid fire out there this evening. That loose foul ball slows down the pace just a little bit. Over at third is Jimmy Paredes, Elmer Reyes at short. Olmo Rosario is the second baseman, Edwin Espinal at first. The outfield is Miles Williams, Connor Myers, and Nate Easley, with Alfonso Reyes doing the catching And the 6'4" 22-year-old right-hander Junior Figueroa on the mound. He's 2-2 on Caleb Gindel. The wind and the pitch. Caleb looks at strike three called. Well, the Barnstormers leadoff man is retired here this evening. The 19th strikeout in 32 innings for Figueroa. Now Blake Alleman, the second baseman, will come to the plate. Alleman, 288 with 14 home runs, 35 runs batted in. In truth, the Barnstormers now are in the middle of the pack when it comes to team batting average. A swing and a miss against Figueroa, and it is no balls and one strike. They're not picking up that many base hits, but they're still a tremendous clutch hitting team. Foul ball away. It is 0-2. They're batting .385 with the bases loaded, over .300 with runners in scoring position. Well, they make the most out of what they do pick up over the course of a game. Alleman goes after the 0-2, pops it up the third. Jimmy Paredes is over there. He staggers toward that pop fly at the end, but makes the catch. 2 up and 2 down with the center fielder Alejandro De Aza stepping in. Alejandro had the tying home run in the 8th inning last night. Made it 7-7 on his shot. .309 hitter with 6 home runs, and he has driven in 46 on the campaign. 2 up and 2 down very quickly for the Barnstormers. Here in the top half of the first inning, Junior Figueroa continues to work quickly, and his offering is low to De Aza. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Figueroa is pitching at the pace that hitters don't necessarily like, and we'll see if the Barnstormers begin to step out on him later on. Ball 2 is outside to De Aza, 2-0. Kelly Dugan is the on-deck hitter for the Barnstormers, and already I smell toast down there. Here's a 2-0 pitch, popped up by De Aza. That coming toward the third base seats, and will get to the crowd. 2 balls and 1 strike on De Aza. It's funny how it goes sometime. All year, we've talked about the Barnstormers hitting close to 300 as a team and driving all these hits, these home runs, scoring all these runs. And yet, the most consistent streak of winning for this ball club this year coming during the time when the bats haven't been booming quite as they had been earlier in the season. But what has been better has been the starting pitching. 2-2. To De Aza. He swings, pulls the ball foul down the right field side into the West Virginia bullpen, which at the moment is empty. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Alejandro. Figueroa has made quick work of Gindel and Allemond here in the opening inning. And to De Aza, 2-2 off the outside corner, filling the count to the number 3 hitter in manager Ross Peoples' lineup here tonight. The payoff is coming, 3-2. De Aza almost hit by it. He'll pick up the 2-out base on balls, and Figueroa has now walked 22. In steps Dugan. Kelly with the 3-run home run in the bottom of the 6th last night that one would have thought put that game out of reach. Made it 6-2, but Long Island able to rally from a couple of different deficits last night to force the last-ditch heroics. By Alleman, swinging that ball is tagged to center. Retreating on it is Myers, looking up, and that ball is off the batter's eye for a 2-run home run for Kelly Dugan, a monster to dead center field. And after the first 2 men are retired easily, the Barnstormers pick up a couple of runs. Dugan with his 8th home run of the season, and that hit near the top of the batter's eye out in straightaway center field. The Barnstormers go up 2-0. With Trayvon Robinson stepping in. And I want to talk about the success of the Barnstormers. That is part of it. The home runs are coming with runners on base. In large part, last night, 5 home runs, good for 8 of the 9 Lancaster runs. Now here is Trayvon Robinson batting .251 with 8 homers and 40 driven in. Figueroa to the plate. Robinson swings and misses over a breaking ball, and it is 0-1. Ladarius Clark, the right fielder, is on deck. He did some impressive things on our last visit to Charleston, West Virginia. 0-1, Robinson goes for the next offering and fouls that to the third base side out of play. Figueroa has him set up, no balls and 2 strikes. What cost Junior Figueroa in this first inning tonight was the walk to De Aza and then a monstrous home run by Dugan. Robinson swings and misses at the Figueroa fastball. That ends the inning, but the Barnstormers pick up 2 runs on the Dugan homer, his 8th of the year, 1 hit, no errors. Nobody is left on base. We'll go to the bottom half of the first inning here in Charleston. The Barnstormers 2 and the host West Virginia Power coming up.
You can enjoy a night at the ballpark and help out the United Way of Lancaster County. All you have to do is spend 3 hours as an usher during a Barnstormers home game, and the ball club will donate $20 in your name to the United Way program of your choice. Be a friendly face, have fun, and raise money for your favorite local charity. To sign up, go to the LancasterBarnstormers.com website and head to the community link, and we'll see you at the ballpark.
This is the sound of someone looking out for the safety of a loved one.
Come here, honey. Let's get you buckled up.
And this is the sound of a Lexus looking out for someone else on the road. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our full line of vehicles, each with our advanced standard safety technology. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Pre-collision system with pedestrian detection is not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See owner's manual for additional limitations and details.
The Barnstormers stake Dominic DeSabatino to the early lead tonight as Kelly Dugan goes the distance to straightaway center. Lancaster up 2-0 in the early going. DeSabatino taking the mound. This is the one site where he has not had success as of late. Now, he beat West Virginia in Lancaster to start this 8-game winning streak. That came back on the 25th of June. He won 8-3. That was the first of 5 quality starts for DeSabatino. But here, he didn't feel right. He didn't look right from the beginning of the game. He tried to force it through, but came out before getting the first out in the second inning. In fact, he had given up a leadoff home run to Nate Easley that night here back on July the 28th. The Barnstormers went on to win that game 5-4 with some splendid work from the relief staff. Connor Myers will lead off for West Virginia tonight. Myers steps in, batting .294 with a pair of home runs and 13 knocked in. Right-handed batter the entire way. Not a big man at all. Myers stands just 5'10", goes about 185, hails from Virginia Beach. Barnstormers defensively have Jake Hoover at third. The shortstop is Clea Luis Rendon. Blake Alleman at second. Kelly Dugan at first. Robinson Diaz at Clark. The outfield from left to right. Anthony Peroni tonight does the catching. And a first pitch is delivered for a strike, 0-1 from DeSabatino. Dom's making his 14th start and 17th appearance overall. 70 innings in the books. He's allowed 92 hits and 38 walks. Outside, and we are level at 1 ball and 1 strike on Myers. 57 strikeouts for DeSabatino. The ERA is still high at 7.33, but 5-4 during this winning streak. 1 ball, 1 strike, and that is just low. Ball 2, the count on Myers. Teodoro Martinez, the number 3 hitter in the Atlantic League, waits on deck. 2 balls and 1 strike. DeSabatino fires. That's wrapped the third. Diving stop. Hoover gets to his feet, throws. He's got another one. Brilliant defensive play by Jake Hoover. He couldn't have a better name. He has taken away so many hits in the last week. It's stunning. Last night, Mazzilli was the victim at Long Island. Lombardozzi on a pop-up. A Brooks Robinson-esque play turned in by Jake Hoover to start the night behind Dominic DeSabatino. Teodoro Martinez steps in, batting .368. He trails only Nelly Rodriguez of the York Revolution and his own teammate Alberto Callaspo in the batting race. DeSabatino delivers. That is fouled right into the net. 0-1. Barnstormers up by 2. And Jake Hoover helping to protect that lead in the bottom of the first. a wonderful play, and Myers runs well. So it wasn't just the stop that was impressive, but Hoover got to his feet so quickly, he had Myers retired by a good 3 steps. No balls and 1 strike to Martinez. He pops it up to the right. That will carry to the seats, maybe beyond. It is 0-2 on Martinez. It was also played in the Atlantic League with Somerset and Southern Maryland. There is a joke that the West Virginia Power is Somerset West. They just moved the franchise. So many of these guys at some point have played for the Patriots. 0-2, chopper right side. Dugan will handle it. He's going to underhand to DeSabatino. The out goes 3-1. Dominic has gotten 2 ground balls, 1 sensational play, 1 routine. And with 2 gone, Jimmy Paredes, the third baseman, will come to the plate. A .321 hitter with 5 home runs and 21 runs batted in. Switch hitter. He will step in from the left side of the plate. He has the braid sticking out from underneath the helmet. The longer I worked with Jimmy in 2018, the more I just grew to like this fellow. He is a very warm, congenial guy. Haven't had a chance to see him today. I was able to help him out with a few things along the way, and he always appreciated it. One time, Houston Astro, Jimmy Paredes checks, and the pitch is there for a strike. It is 0-1. Edwin Espinal, the burly first baseman, waits on deck. He had quite a night a couple of weeks ago, did Espinal, against the York Revolution. Time is called, and we've got an argument going on over on the first base side with the umpire, Brad Polk, and a member of the West Virginia staff. We've got helmets being thrown. What on earth is this all about? Ken Joyce is in on it. I mean, there are some red-hot people over there, and it had to have been over something that was said at some point. It doesn't seem to make any sense. Paredes is up there, no balls and a strike. There have been 2 fairly routine outs over at first base. This doesn't involve the Barnstormers at all, but we have an ejection of one of the Patriots that I do not recognize, jacket clad. I'm wondering by the build if that's one of their starters, David Kubiak. It looks like it could be, just based on the build. I don't know David well enough to recognize him without seeing the uniform number. But there was all of a sudden this kerfuffle at first base, not involving the Barnstormers at all. They're just bystanders to all of this. But the argument continues. 2-0 Lancaster, and the coaching staff is having its say. Just saw it develop out the side window here, and there's another ejection. That's at least 2. Minakazi may be gone, or it might be Ken Joyce. But this is completely a surprise, and Darnell Ray has now gotten involved, and we have quite the show going on down the right field line. I think it's gotten out of the range of the camera from some completely unforeseen incident. I'm just wondering what might have been said down there to strike up the altercation. And it was ugly. It was as bad as any you ever saw Butch Hobson get involved in. And that was usually over a close play at the bases or something that he felt was unjust. We have this entire slowdown of tonight's game in the bottom half of the first inning. The Barnstormers have the early 2-0 lead. And now Barnstormers manager Ross Peoples is going to come out. And he and Minakazi get together. Two outs, base is empty. Minakazi and Peoples are discussing whatever it was that transpired over on the first base side. Minakazi visibly upset, and he is headed to an early night as well. And Ross is calling the Barnstormers off the field. He's bringing his guys in, and he's receiving applause from the West Virginia Power. All right, I am thoroughly puzzled as to what is going on tonight. The Barnstormers are headed off the field. There was some horrible altercation along the first baseline. We saw numerous members of the West Virginia Power, at least two, there might have been more, get ejected from the ball game by the first base umpire. And Russ has called his team off the field. He summoned everybody into the dugout. They're not headed back to the clubhouse yet. Chuck Domino, the president of this franchise, longtime general manager of the Reading Phillies back in the day, out on the field, one of the best executives in this game. He's run Richmond, he has run Lehigh Valley, and decided to take the plunge and try and resurrect baseball in what is a great community. The Power in the South Atlantic League had certainly been struggling to draw fans over the last few years. You're beginning to see a resurgence here at Appalachian Power Park. This is a beautiful place. If I had friends in the Charleston area, I would highly recommend coming out here. One of my favorite places to go in the Atlantic League. Chuck Domino is on the phone. Something happened along the way. No explanation has been given. The Barnstormers leading 2-0 in the bottom half of the first inning. We're going to take a break and see if we can get some kind of an explanation for you as to what has transpired here in Charleston. We'll be back with hopefully some kind of word in just a moment.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 15 all the way through August 28. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Clinics tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster.
Well, 90 seconds later, and I do not have a full explanation of what is transpiring on the field. This is totally removed from the Lancaster Barnstormers. This apparently is something between the West Virginia Power and the first base umpire, Brad Polk, and I'm led to believe that this is not the first time this has happened. The Barnstormers just came off the field showing their support for West Virginia in whatever this running feud might be, but it is involving just the Power, the first base umpire, and West Virginia club officials are working to get this all sorted out so we can continue a baseball game here tonight. A 2-0 Barnstormers lead in the first inning on the Kelly Dugan home run. Dominic DeSabatino had retired the first two West Virginia batters on ground balls. And then there was a major blow up along the first baseline, and that's all I can tell you that has transpired here. And the next thing we knew, the teams were coming off the field. And until it is sorted out, play will not continue tonight. Now, Domino is talking to Ross. Minikazi is talking to the other two umpires, Darnell Ray and Drew Ascraft. What a bizarre set of circumstances here this evening. Don't know what was said or done. It was not involving a call in this game. That I can certainly tell you. Nothing was close over at first base, so it had to have been something that was said. It's the only thing that makes any sense to me is somewhere along the way that maybe there was some bad blood between this first base umpire, a guy unknown to us, and the West Virginia Ball Club. And I don't know if words were exchanged or exactly what happened, but the next thing we knew, the coaching staff was over there in Polk's face. Players were getting thrown out of the game. And there are phones being used right now on the field. West Virginia manager Mark Minikazi out there talking to Peoples and Domino. And it looks like ultimately, and this to the glee of the West Virginia crowd, it looks like the first base umpire, one Mr. Brad Polk, is the person who ultimately has been ejected from the game after the phone calls, one would have to believe, with the league of officials, probably President Rick White, getting involved in all of this. And I guess we'll simply continue the game with a two-man umpiring crew. The Barnstormers come back out onto the field of play. So West Virginia wins this battle, and the ejections do not hold. Two to nothing. Lancaster leading. Dominic DeSabatino will have an opportunity to warm back up. You know we can't get a game in under 3 hours. The umpire delay, of course, I think will be subtracted from the total time of the game. That I can't recall. Junior Figueroa also getting an opportunity to warm back up down the right field line. We will, at least for the foreseeable future, have just a two-man umpiring crew. But at the moment, only Darnell Ray is out there. That makes me wonder if Drew Ascraft actually went in underneath as well. Or Ashcroft, I guess it is. Sort of like John Ashcroft, the former cabinet member of the Bush administration, just without the H. Barnstormers with a 2-0 lead. Again, in case you're just joining us and wonder what is going on, Dominic DeSabatino is not warming up to start an inning. Obviously, it is not raining here in Charleston, but we do have a delay. Barnstormers got a 2-out walk from Alejandro De Aza. Then Kelly Dugan launched a missile off the batter's eye in straightaway center field for the 2-0 lead before Figueroa struck out Trayvon Robinson to end the top of the first. The bottom of the first opened up. Jake Hoover made a splendid defensive play to rob Connor Myers of probably a double. Teodoro Martinez grounded out routinely 3-1. And with Jimmy Paredes at the plate, all of a sudden, there was insanity down the first base side. I mean, the umpire Croft and the West Virginia Pirates, they were screaming at each other. It looked like fisticuffs were about ready to break loose. And team officials got on the phone. And the next thing we knew, it was Polk leaving and not the people from the Power. Well, that's where we sit. And here is Jimmy Paredes. He has one strike in the count. The windup, the Sabatino fires. It is outside for a ball, 1-1. Now, umpires sign up for these games. So if the blood is as bad as I think it appeared to be, I doubt Mr. Polk will be back in this series, and they'll have to find somebody else to jump in here the next couple of nights. I doubt they'll find anybody in time to join the crew here this evening. 1-2 strikes to the switch-hitting Paredes. To Sabatino, getting the signal from Anthony Peroni. Here is the motion and the pitch, and that's ramped back toward the middle. Behind second base is Rendon. He will find Dugan, and DeSabatino is through the side in order. All on ground balls in the bottom half of the first inning. We're at the end of one here at Appalachian Power Park. The Barnstormers are up by a 2-0 score.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
This is the sound of someone getting the most out of a summer day. So is this. Because for some, summer days were made for adventure. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our entire line of leading-edge hybrids, each with the power and range to help you get the most out of your summer. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Well, I'll have to admit, tonight, I believe in the 4,000-plus games that I have described for listeners over these past 4 decades or so, that is probably the first time I've ever seen an umpire thrown out of a game. Obviously, it's gone the other way around quite often. Just something to add to the journal of this 2021 season that has gotten truly bizarre. Ladarius Clark, Anthony Peroni, and Jake Hoover scheduled against Junior Figueroa as we finally reach the top half of the second inning. This game was a little bit delayed in its start, taking a bit of extra time to get the field ready. And then we had a delay of somewhere 10 to 15 minutes while things were sorted out with the umpiring. Clark ready to lead off the second. 254 hitter with 10 home runs. Swings and misses against Figueroa and goes down a strike. It is 0-1. All right-handed batters stepping in against the slender righty whose legs look even longer with the socks pulled up all the way. fouled off to the right, and Clark now trails at 0-2. The Barnstormers, again, more runs than hits. That's been the story of a number of games this season, but certainly the last week and a half. 0-2. Clark pulls a bouncer foul. Ross Peoples will let that go and finally stop it with his foot, playing the carom off the sidewall. 0-2. The wind by Figueroa, the pitch. Not close enough to tempt Clark. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The center fielder, Myers, cheating slightly toward right center. Clark did homer here to left on our last visit. Swing and a miss at the breaking ball. And for Junior Figueroa tonight, strikeout number 3. 1 out. Here is catcher Anthony Peroni, batting .267. He has slugged 1 home run. That was at Southern Maryland. And Peroni has driven 21 home. He and Anderson De La Rosa combined with 59 runs batted in on the season. They have 21 doubles together. Here's the pitch. Outside for a ball, 1-0 on Anthony. Third baseman Jake Hoover is on deck. What a play he made on Connor Myers in the bottom half of the first. Fouled away. Peroni is batting at 1-1. It's worth the price of admission just to watch Hoover play defense. He's shown he can contribute at the plate. 1-1, that is lined out toward left. Cutting across is Williams, and he holds on long enough for the out. 2 away, and Hoover will step in. Jake at .281 with 7 runs batted in. Now, Hoover does not have much in the way of power. He's not a terribly big guy. He has a couple of doubles, 1 down each baseline. Last night, he drove in the go-ahead run in the 8th inning with a sac fly to right center field. That got Dugan home to make it 8-7. Sal Giardina wouldn't let that lead hold. Now, a ball is outside on Hoover, 1-0. Did Darnell Ray tip his hand? It looked like he wanted to call that one a strike, and the sound in his helmet said no. Line drive, and that is a base hit over Paredes' head. Hoover is aboard with a 2-out single, bringing on Clea Luis Rendon. The Barnstormers shortstop has slid to .248. He has 5 homers. He's knocked in 38 on the season. 2-0 Lancaster, top half of the 2nd inning. And indeed, bizarro world here tonight. Rendon steps in from the left side of the plate. Hoover, 3 for 3 in stolen bases. And we'll see if he takes off here against a fairly inexperienced battery. Rendon instead whistles one into center. He's got a base hit. Fast turn at second, and then Hoover holds on. It will get Gindel up with runners at first and second and 2 outs. Definitely starting to see signs of life returning to the bat of Jake Hoover. Alejandro De Aza had vanished momentarily, and he comes sprinting down the baseline back to the dugout. He could bat this inning, but if Gindel's retired, he has to go take his spot in center. Hoover's at second, Rendon's at first. Gindel trying to add to the early 2-0 lead. The set and the pitch outside, ball 1, and no strikes to Caleb. He went down looking in the first inning. Back-to-back 2-out singles here. Peroni also hit the ball pretty well, but where Williams could get to it. 1-0 pitch in the dirt. Good block made by Rada. It is 2-0. Alfonso Rada, just 5'8", New York State native, and another former Somerset Patriot. Paredes, Espinal, Rosario, Rada. We had Scott Kelly here. 2-0 on Gindel. The pitch, Caleb fouls it off. 2-1 to the Barnstormers' designated hitter, Caleb Gindel. We talked about various Barnstormers hitters and the DH role last night. Gindel, with the strikeout tonight, is 6 for 30 as the designated hitter. He does have 3 homers. 2 balls and a strike to him here. Figueroa deals, Gindel checks, and ball 3 is high. Figueroa finding some 2-out trouble in the top of the second inning. The Barnstormers trying to capitalize on the opportunity. If Gindel gets a pitch he likes here, he's going to let it fly. 3 balls, 1 strike. Hoover and Rendon take their leads. Figueroa to the set, and Caleb looks at ball 4 off the outside corner. Now it will be Alamond. He will step in with the bases loaded. Barnstormers as a team, 385 with the bases loaded. Alamond, though, is 0 for 3. He has had minimal chances in these opportunities, largely batting second in the lineup for certainly a while. Bases full with 2 outs, and Blake almost gets hit again. Pitch didn't miss him by much. Ball 1-0. Alamond has been hit 7 times in the last 18 games. 1-0. Blake swings and pulls a ball out to right. This is hit well. Way back it goes. And the walls will not contain it. It's a grand slam for Alamond. When he starts to hit home runs, they come in bunches, and he's got another one. The Barnstormers with the slam and a 5-0 lead. All of this coming with 2 outs here in the top half of the second inning. The Barnstormers are up to their tricks again. Did I say 5-0? It's 6-0. Alamond with his 15th home run of the season, and so much for being over with the bases loaded. Alejandro De Aza steps in. He walked and scored back in the first. Outside for a ball, 1-0. The Barnstormers now have hit 7 home runs in the last 2 games, responsible for 14 of their 15 runs. To De Aza, way upstairs, and ball 2. It's 2-0. Single by Hoover, a single by Rendon, a walk to Gindel, and Alamond unloads. Yet another grand slam for the Barnstormers this season. A right-hander has begun to throw in the bullpen for the West Virginia Power. 2-0. De Aza swings and lifts the ball to right center field. Not terribly deep. Gliding over is Easley. He will make the catch for the final out, but the Barnstormers tack on 4 on the Alamond grand slam, the 7th by a Barnstormer this season. There were 3 hits in the inning with no errors and nobody left on base. We'll go to the bottom half of the second inning. The Barnstormers once again providing Dominic DeSabatino with a lot of support. It is Lancaster 6 and West Virginia nothing.
We are finally back enjoying Barnstormers baseball. I'm Adam Gocknauer from Gocknauer Appliances and thrilled to be sponsoring Barnstormers baseball yet again. We also wanted to thank all of you for your incredible support for our business during the pandemic. We are so happy to still be here helping you with the best brand names and the best prices of major appliances in the area. Enjoy the game, and we will continue to service you now and into the future. Gocknauer Appliances in East Petersburg and on the web at gocknauers.com.
New to Clipper Magazine Stadium in 2021 is Otto's Hospitality. Otto's is totally committed to the fan experience, from quality to convenience to safety. And they are committed to Lancaster, using local food purveyors whenever possible. New menu items like homemade Brauhaus pretzels, Black Angus burgers, and Otto's meatballs are sure to make any Barnstormers game even more fun. Use self-ordering kiosks or your phone instead of waiting in the lines. That's Otto's Hospitality.
Bottom half of the second at Appalachian Power Park, and Edwin Espinal, Olmo Rosario, and Miles Williams will come to the plate against Dominic DeSabatino. Dom retired the side in order on ground balls in the first inning. The action continues in the West Virginia bullpen. We may have seen the last of Junior Figueroa here tonight. Espinal will lead it off. He's batting .329 with 7 home runs and 47 runs batted in. Mentioned back in the first inning, before all the craziness started, that Espinal had an incredible night against York a couple of weeks back as he takes a pitch from DeSabatino inside for ball. On the 8th of the month, he was 4 for 4 with 2 doubles, a home run, and 6 runs batted in. Strike taken. It is 1-1. And the folks here thought he was going to hit for the cycle, but Espinal and triples don't necessarily go hand in hand. He doesn't run particularly well, but he's got quite the stick. Fouled out of play to the right, and we have a 1-ball-and-2-strike count. We've certainly caught over the years with Somerset and this season with West Virginia, Espinal on camera, and seems like he is a guy that just absolutely enjoys what he does. 1 ball, 2 strikes. DeSabatino to the plate. He is off the outside corner, and Espinal will bat at 2-2. Coming away from Appalachian Power Park in Charleston, West Virginia. This has rapidly become one of my favorite places to go in the Atlantic League. The mountains, some great places to eat in this city. DeSabatino missed badly with that one. 3 balls and 2 strikes, but also hopefully Barnstormers base runners taking note of what happened on that pitch, because it hit below the padding, and I mean kicked right back to Peroni. Anybody who had tried to score from third would have been a victim of the toast man down there. Payoff pitch due to Espinal, leading off the bottom of the second. DeSabatino ready to go to work, and this is popped up foul. The at-bat continues. Dominic has been staked to a 6-0 lead. And he generally has been very well supported, partially describing the 9-3 record. Here's the payoff. Espinal taps a foul, and it's still 3-2. DeSabatino gets 8.3 runs per game of support from his ball club. The only pitcher that gets more is Augie Silk, who's received slightly over 9. 3-2. Silk should have won last night. He came out with the lead. Espinal pops another one up, and Peroni wheels around. He realizes in a hurry he will not have a play. The at-bat goes to a 9th pitch. DeSabatino retired the side in order in the bottom half of the first inning on just 11 pitches, getting the 3 ground balls with some very nice glove work by both Hoover and Rendon. Rendon didn't have an easy play up the middle. He had to chase down a ground ball basically right over second base by Paredes. 3-2. DeSabatino winds, fires, and there's a bouncer to short. Waiting back on it is Rendon. Plenty of time with Espinal running. And finally, the at-bat is over, and DeSabatino wins the battle. 6-3 on the ground out, bringing on very popular Barnstormer, Olmo Rosario. We'll always remember Olmo for 2 things on the field. One, being the only man to hit for the cycle in the history of Clipper Magazine Stadium. That coming against the Long Island Ducks in 2013, and then in 2014, hitting the walk-off home run against Somerset to win a game the Barnstormers trailed 12-1. Barnstormers tied it in regulation on a 3-run homer by Blake Galen, and Olmo connected against the Patriots in the 12th inning and then went to play for them for a couple of seasons. DeSabatino winds, fires, and it gets it in for a called strike. It's 0-1. Olmo had been playing for Campeche in the Mexican League, batting around .280 or so, and just joined West Virginia for the weekend series in Gastonia. He went 1 for 10. Lancaster leads 6-0. Bottom of the second inning, 1 out, nobody on base. It's already been a bizarre night. Next offering, smashed to short. Takes a nice hop for Rondon. That made it an easy play. 6-3 on that conversion. 5 batters, 5 ground balls to Sabatino. Will gladly live like this all night. Miles Williams will come to the plate. Williams spoiled a Barnstormers shutout the last game we played here. It was the night Cody Boydston threw 62 pitches in 6 innings back on the 29th of July. The only run allowed by the Barnstormers staff that night was a home run by Williams, 1 out in the 6th. Down low for a ball. It is 1-0. 2 outs, nobody aboard here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. The Barnstormers have put 6 runs on the board. We also had a delay over an altercation with one member of the umpire crew. Slider is outside and low. He did not go, says the first base umpire, Ashcroft. 2-0. The count on Williams with Elmer Reyes, the shortstop, waiting on deck. DeSabatino into his motion, fires and misses low. He's on the verge of walking Williams. It is 3-0. Williams played toward right center by DeAza. DeSabatino off the plate to the outside and mysteriously gives up his first walk of the night on 4 pitches to Miles Williams. Elmer Reyes will step in, a .244 hitter with a couple of homers and 19 runs batted in. While the Barnstormers are winning here 6-0, Long Island has a big early lead against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs tonight. 11-0, top half of the 4th, with Joe Iorio on the mound. So it's a good start to the night for the Barnstormers. Outside and low, ball 1 on Reyes, and that's 5 in a row out of the zone, and only 1 or 2 have been close from DeSabatino. Maybe amped up, maybe overthrowing a little bit here. 1-0 with Williams, the runner at first. He's 3 for 3 stealing. DeSabatino will work to the plate, and it's banged out of play to the right. 1-1 on Reyes. I got to meet Elmer today. Came down to chat with Olmo while I was there, having a brief reunion with the one-time Barnstormers infielder. 1 ball, 1 strike. DeSabatino is off the outside corner and falls behind Reyes 2-1 with Alfonso Reyes, the catcher, on deck. Talking about the 2 on-field memorable moments with Olmo Rosario. I had some memorable off-the-field moments with him. He's just such a, he's a funny man. Swing and a miss, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. There was a day checking in at Southern Maryland. I can't go through the entire story because you wouldn't get a lot of it, but suffice to say I was under a little bit of stress, and Olmo just started picking at me, and at the same time rubbing my back and telling me it was okay. 2-2. Popped up, and that will carry out of play. Elmer Reyes continues his AB against DeSabatino. 2 balls and 2 strikes. West Virginia battling here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. They haven't given up the ship yet, despite the 6-0 deficit. Espinal along at bat. Williams has drawn a walk. Reyes bats at 2-2. DeSabatino working out of the stretch. He will bring it home. That is a swing and a foul. Got down in between the legs of Anthony Peroni. We continue at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Lights have already taken control here at West Virginia. We're only in the bottom of the 2nd inning, but we're past the midway point of summer. Days grow shorter, and we had that silly delay. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Sabatino will bring it home and slide it to the inside corner for strike 3. Reyes goes down looking. No runs, no hits, no errors. One man left. The Sabatino sends us to the third with the Barnstormers leading 6-0.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
This is the sound of someone getting the most out of a summer day. So is this. Because for some, summer days were made for adventure. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our entire line of leading-edge hybrids, each with the power and range to help you get the most out of your summer. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Lancaster leads by 6 as we go to the top half of the third inning, and it looks like they're going to stick with Junior Figueroa despite the presence of a right-hander throwing in the bullpen. And it's been there since the top of inning 2. Dugan, Robinson, and Clark slated in the top half of inning number 3. The Barnstormers have the 6-zip lead already here tonight. Both clubhouses here are located down the right field line in the basement of an adjacent building, which also houses the offices and an Italian restaurant. Clubhouses are across the hall from each other. Pitch to Kelly is a strike to the inside corner, 0-1. Dugan with a monster shot in the first inning off the top of the batter's eye in dead center. He goes after the 0-1 and fouls it away. No balls and 2 strikes here. Lancaster with 2 in the first, 4 in the second, all on home runs, much like last night. Dugan swings and misses, so a little upset with himself. He becomes the 4th strikeout victim for Junior Figueroa. But Figueroa, in each inning, has retired the first 2 batters and then gotten into all kinds of a mess, capped off by the home runs. Trayvon Robinson, a strikeout victim his first trip, stepping back in for a second look at the right-hander. The kick and the pitch, off speed and very high and outside. Ball 1-0 to Trey. Clark is on deck. He also struck out the first time through. Robinson gets ball 2 inside and low. 2 balls, no strikes. Figueroa, last time out, lost at High Point, pitching 4 innings, giving up 3 hits and 3 runs. To the inside corner and a strike. 2-1, the count on Robinson. The Figueroa ultimately has not thrown that many pitches in this game. 2-1, Robinson smokes that to first, diving stop by Espinal. He will lob the throw to Figueroa covering, 3-1. Nice play by Edwin Espinal. Diving down the first base line. 2 are down, and here is Clark. Robinson's just going through one of those spells right now. Struggling at the plate, and even when he does hit the ball well, they defend it. Two outs, nobody on in the third. Mark Minikazi being rewarded for sticking with his starter. First pitch strike to Clark. It's 0-1. Lancaster with just 4 hits in the game, but the 6 runs on the scoreboard. The motion and Outside and low. Clark at 1 ball and 1 strike. We'll see if he gets something going. Strike taken. Figueroa is a strike away from a 1-2-3 frame here in the third. Here's the windup and the 1-2. Far outside and low. Clark bats 2 balls and 2 strikes. Anthony Peroni in the on-deck circle should something develop here. Figueroa works very quickly. Here's the 2-2. That is a check swing. The pitch drifted inside. Full count to Red. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the payoff pitch, he goes down on the high fastball. I think that would have been ball 4. Well, Figueroa continues to chalk up the strikeouts. He has 5, and he sets the side down in order in the top half of the third. Nothing doing for the Barnstormers, but through 2.5, it's still Lancaster 6 and West Virginia nothing.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries, plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
This is the sound of the kind of thrill ride summer was made for. Here's the sound of another one. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our entire line of performance vehicles, including the RCF, LC, and IS. Strap in and then hold on tight. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Dominic DeSabatino to face Alfonso Reyta, Nate Easley, and Connor Myers as West Virginia steps in the third inning. Watch the moon rise out beyond the right field wall, which could be mistaken for Dugan's home run, but it's at the wrong angle, and I definitely saw that bounce off the batter's eye. What a shot that one was. Kelly hasn't hit that many home runs this year, but he's hit a couple that have been awfully impressive. I think that one leads the list. That 3-run home run in the bottom half of the 6th inning last night was no slouch either. Here is the catcher Reyta hitting 170 with a home run and 3 runs batted in. Barnstormers leading by 6. They got nothing done in the top of this inning. West Virginia will try to claw back into the ball game. DeSabatino has walked 1, he has struck out 1. He's gotten 5 ground ball outs here tonight. Dom's pitch inside to Reyta. Ball 1 and no strikes. Back and sails it high, 2-0. DeSabatino in the first few batters was largely throwing strikes. He did get behind Espinal, or at least go to full count. 2-0. That is popped right straight through. It's 2-1. But when you work with the lead, you want to be out there throwing strikes. DeSabatino now with the objective, and I think the objective for Ross for him is to go as long as he can without jeopardizing the lead at all. Strike 2 on the inside corner, and then it becomes a totally different matter. But you'd like to see DeSabatino go through about 6 or 7 innings tonight, because the Barnstormers have had to use that back end of the bullpen all last night. Here's a pitch, ground ball right side. DeSabatino nicely battling back from the 2-0 deficit in the count. Reyta grounds out to Allemond. We have 1 out and Nate Easley, the right fielder, coming to the plate. Easley, a guy you've got to watch, and DeSabatino knows it. He's batting 186 only with 3 homers and 7 runs batted in, but he got to DeSabatino for one of those home runs, leading off the game in Dom's start here back in July. He had a 3-hit game a couple of nights ago, the only 3 hits he's had in nearly 2 weeks. First pitch to Sabatino, slightly low, and ball 1. 6 ground ball outs for DeSabatino, and he wouldn't mind if those just kept right on coming. Ross wouldn't either. The 1-0 pitch, just outside, and he's fallen behind Easley 2-0. Top of the order, Connor Myers waiting on deck. He came as close as West Virginia has to a base hit tonight, but Jake Hoover had other ideas. 2-0 pitch. It's high, and now a 3-0 count to Easley. DeSabatino, when he's throwing strikes, he's throwing quality strikes, but he is missing with a significant number of pitches here in the 3rd inning. 3-0 is on the way. That's in the zone, and 3-1. He walked Williams on 4 pitches last inning and struck out Reyes. Fell behind Ray to 2-0, got him on the ground out. He's falling behind Easley, 3 balls and no strikes. It's now 3-1. Target set by Peroni. The pitch is lifted foul and out of play down the right field side. 3-2. The party deck in the right field corner seems fairly full tonight. It's not a bad crowd. This is beginning to turn around, and I think the West Virginia Power, or they could rebrand for next year. I've heard that. I think it's going to become very popular. Strike 3 called. DeSabatino comes all the way back from 3-0 to get Easley looking. 2 outs in the inning. Connor Myers coming to the plate. Beautiful play made by Jake Hoover over at third. Diving backhanded stop on Myers' smash, leading off the game for West Virginia. Lancaster's up 6-0 here in the bottom of the 3rd. DeSabatino has retired 8 of 9 so far. Dom into the motion. Slider is errant, and again, he drops behind a hitter at 1-0. Ball 2, same pitch. Myers batting 2-0. Defense straight up against him. DeSabatino winds, fires. He is down and away for ball 3. Oh, here we go again, but DeSabatino's pulled himself out of it before. 6-0 Lancaster, 2 outs, nobody on in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. 3 balls, no strikes to Myers, probably taking here. DeSabatino misses outside, and there's, for the 2nd straight inning, a 4-pitch walk with 2 outs. Teodoro Martinez, the designated hitter, will come to the plate. Well, that's an interesting ritual that Martinez goes through. He kicks his bat a few times. Some type of hand gesture I couldn't quite make out, pointing to the sky ultimately. This is a marvelous average hitter. Had a similar type of season, not quite to this extent, with the Blue Crabs a few seasons back. Myers, the runner at first with 2 outs. The Barnstormers should assume nothing. He's 14 for 16 stealing. It's still only the 3rd inning. He could take off. He doesn't here. And the first pitch is ball 1 on Martinez. DeSabatino having some spotty control issues. They're not there all the time, obviously. But they're definitely rearing their ugly head at times tonight. 1 ball, no strikes on Martinez. Paredes waits on deck. DeSabatino working out of the stretch deals. Poked foul, and it's 1-1. As I said, you'd like to see Dominic keep the pitch count down. If the Barnstormers continue to lead by a reasonable amount, you'll probably see the likes of Teller and Laporte in the game tonight, would be my guess. 1-1. Ground ball again. Hoover will gobble it up. He will fire across. Martinez retired. That will close out the 3rd inning on the 7th ground ball out for DeSabatino in the game. No runs, no hits, no errors, and that 4-pitch walk is once again stranded on the bases. We'll go to the top half of the 4th inning. The Barnstormers ahead 6-0.
Hey, $2 bill here, aka the rare one. Problem is, I'm so rare, people just saved me. But thanks to the new Cash Vibe with Quick Cash from the PA Lottery, I'm back in business. For just $2, you can get bigger jackpots starting at $150 grand. Plus Quick Cash, a chance to instantly win $2 or $6. Haha, it's good to be wanted.
Play Cash 5 with Quick Cash from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
6 runs, 4 hits, no errors. Nobody left for the Barnstormers. No runs, no hits, no errors. And 2 left on base by West Virginia. Peroni, Hoover, and Rendon scheduled for Lancaster in the top half of the 4th inning. Mentioned the lopsided game going on at Southern Maryland tonight. Long Island leading 11-0. Gastonia is at York this evening, and it's also a significant lead for the Honey Hunters, up 11-3 over the Revs through 4.5 innings. High Point 2-0 over Lexington in the top of the 5th. It seems like High Point just does nothing but play Lexington these days. And the Rockers are on a significant winning streak. I believe if they win tonight, it will be their 8th in a row. Tommy Lawrence has been established as the ace for that ball club, seeking his 8th win tonight. Iorio for Long Island also seeks his 8th. And here we have Dominic DeSabatino working on victory number 10. Ball 1 is outside to Peroni, who lined to left his first time up. Figueroa comes back, and this ball is hit high in the air out the left field. Backtracking is Miles Williams. He's to the track, and he's there to make the catch. 1 away in the 4th inning. 5 straight set down by Figueroa. It brings on Jake Hoover, who started the splurge in the 2nd inning with a line single that just cleared the reaching try of Jimmy Paredes over at 3rd. There's the wind by Figueroa outside off of Reda's glove. Ball 1-0. 6-0 Lancaster here in the 4th inning. It's now 13-0. Long Island beating Southern Maryland in the bottom half of the 4th. Time had been called, so no pitch. Delivered to Jake. Ball 1-0 the count. Figueroa does like to work pretty quickly. He is outside to Hoover as we go to 2-0. The two pitchers have actually thrown about the same number of pitches. Strike reaching the outside corner. It's almost as if Reda successfully framed that one. 2 balls, 1 strike. Hoover batting with Rendon on deck. Figueroa brings it home. That's lined to right center field and in for a base hit. Racing to cut it off and succeeding is Easley. Hoover ducks back into first. So Jake is 2 for 2 tonight. He can spray the ball around. He'll hit all right for average. Don't expect a lot of home runs out of him. The Barnstormers with a 1-out runner. Clay Luis Rendon coming to the plate. He smashed a single into center back in the second. Barnstormers trying to win their 3rd straight. This club still has not put together a winning streak of longer than 4 all season, but right now they'll take winning 7 of the last 9. First time all year the team's been 4 games over 500 overall. That pitch bounces. Hoover is going to challenge Rada and go for 3rd, and he makes it. 2 bases on the wild pitch. And Jake all the way around to 3rd. He was watching Rada the entire way. And it took Rada a while to locate the errant pitch, which had died against the backstop. Hoover circles, goes to 3rd, and beats Rada's throw fairly easily. Ball 1, no strikes on Rendon, and Lancaster with a chance to tack on a 7th run now. Figueroa will wind and work to Rendon. Ball 2 is inside. Gindel is on deck. Great hustle on the part of Hoover. There's so much to like about that guy and the way he approaches this game. 2 balls and no strikes. Rendon with a foul ball at the plate. He got himself in the foot, and that hurts. Side-arming right-hander heating up a little more vigorously down in the right field bullpen. Haven't yet been able to detect a number on the jersey, though it looks like the first digit might be a 4. Oh, Rendon is down for the count. Anya Holmberg out to check on him. Ross Peoples comes over. The Barnstormers are already down 1 with Galen staying back from the trip. And Rendon fighting to stay in, but that one he got himself pretty squarely. Back to his feet, walking it off. I won't say 99 times out of 100, but I'll say 19 times out of 20. A hitter can remain in the game, although stepping gingerly for a while. Clay Luis dons the helmet and removes it again. He's still trying to collect his thoughts out there. Hoover at 3rd with 1 out in the top half of the 4th inning. The Barnstormers already lead by 6. Rendon batting at 2-1. The infielders come in for West Virginia. Paredes, Reyes, Rosario, and Espinal. Here's the 2-1, and Rendon takes high and outside. 3 balls and a strike. How about Rosario? He turns 41 Tuesday. I keep bringing that up because it blows my mind. He doesn't look it, and he's playing second base. That's not easy to do when you're 40 years old. 3-1. Rendon swings, drives the ball out to left field. Williams will go back on this. It's over his head and out to the wall. In to score, jogging home is Hoover, arriving at second with an RBI double is Rendon. The Barnstormers lead 7-0. Miles Williams didn't track that one well off the bat, and it sailed over his head. Rendon 2 for 2 tonight. That's his 15th double of the season. And now here is Gindel. But before Caleb can step in, Mark Minikazi is out to signal down to his bullpen. That will be it for Junior Figueroa. West Virginia gets 3 1/3 innings out of the starter tonight. We're going to have a pitching change here at Appalachian Power Park. The Barnstormers winning 7-0 right now in the top half of the fourth. And while the new pitcher tunes up, we'll pause for this.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings, a delicious sub made the way you love, fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals all in one delivery.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries, plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
The Lancaster Barnstormers are doing what they do best here tonight, and that is take advantage of their run-scoring opportunities. They lead 7-0. They've had a 2-run homer, a grand slam, and now an RBI double by Rondon, and all of this with not having all that many base runners. Just 8 guys have reached, 7 have scored, and now Matt Harrison will try and stem the flow here in the top of the 4th inning for West Virginia. Harrison is a right-hander from Cross Lanes, West Virginia. He is 6'4" and 230 pounds. He inherits Rendon at second. With 1 out in the inning, Caleb Gindel is the scheduled batter. Second game for Harrison with the power. He gave up 3 hits and a run in 1 inning the first time out. One of those hits was a home run. Appears to be a hard-throwing right-hander. Gindel will get to see him. Caleb tonight has struck out, walked, and scored a run. The Barnstormers working on the 7-0 lead. Behind Dominic DeSabatino. One out, runner at second. Gindel takes a fastball outside. Ball 1-0. Figueroa gave up 6 hits. To this point, 7 runs. He walked 2, struck out 5. And the 1-0. Gindel with a foul at the plate. It's 1-1. How about Rendon? Drills himself in the foot. Responds with an RBI double. This, by the way, not the Matt Harrison who performed at the major league level. He was a lefty. This is Matt Williams, much younger. He'd been in the Pecos League. And he's a position player also. Played at West Virginia State, which is not terribly far from here, if I remember correctly. Somewhere in my travels, I've gone by it. I think it's between here and Huntington. 1 ball, 1 strike on Gindel. He backs away. We're in the top of the 4th with Lancaster leading 7-0. We've seen an umpire kicked out of the game after somewhat lengthy telephone conversation. We don't know the details. Ball 2 is outside to Gindel. It is 2-1. But it got heated down the first baseline between pretty much the entire West Virginia team and coaching staff and the first base umpire who started the game. Here's a 2-1. Gindel lets it go and takes ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. On deck is Blake Alleman, who hit a grand slam back in the second, responsible for 57% of the Barnstormers' runs here tonight. And his RBI total now up to 39. Gindel awaits the 3-1. Harrison will serve it, and ball 4 is outside. Alleman gets another good chance. First base is filled in. Harrison will try to get a ground ball and get his club out of the inning. Rendon and Gindel walk out to their leads. Alleman stands in. The set and the pitch. Blake going for it. He swung and he missed. It is 0-1. Alleman popped to third in the first inning tonight before slugging the grand slam in the second. Of course, in the 9th inning last night, he had the walk-off home run and enjoyed the Gatorade bath as he arrived at home plate. 0-1. Ripped foul down the right side. Bouncing around in the last section in the seating bowl before he reached the party deck. Alleman trails 0-2. Alejandro De Aza waits on deck, with the Barnstormers ahead by 7. Rendon and Gindel again out to their leads. Alleman trailing here 0-2. Harrison to the plate, slides it inside. And again, a pitch close to Alleman. He is not quite as on top of the plate as De Aza, with a slightly open stance, but then he closes it, and there's not a lot of room left inside. 1-2, chipped foul. Blake sticks around at a ball and 2 strikes. Ultimately, Alleman has had a magnificent season. 31 extra base hits. A lot of runs scored. The Barnstormers with a very potent top of the order with Gindel and Alleman, and then you have Galen. And, yeah, he got hit again. Welcome to Alleman's world. Breaking ball, came inside. He couldn't get out of the way. 3rd game in a row that Alleman has been hit by a pitch, and the 8th time in the last 19 games. Now here is De Aza with the bases full. Alejandro, 4 for 9 with a grand slam on the season. I don't know that I've ever seen a ball club that has been this tremendous with the bases loaded for this long a period of time. Low, ball 1, 1-0. Rendon over at third, Gindel at second, Alleman, the runner at first base. De Aza with a chance to stretch this lead out even more. He's walked and he's flied to deep enough right to score a run. It was the final out of the inning. Taken low for ball 2. It's now 2-0. Harrison yet to pick up an out. He walked Gindel on 5 pitches and then was ahead of Alleman before hitting it. 2 balls and no strikes to De Aza. Dugan waiting on deck. The motion, the pitch. Alejandro with a wicked swing, but a foul ball just poked right over to Kelly without being a scare. 2 balls and 1 strike now on De Aza. Lancaster still batting in the top of the 4th inning. 1 run already home. The bases loaded with 1 out, and that's after Peroni flied to the warning track to start the inning. Here comes the 2-1. De Aza. Big swing and a foul tip. Harrison back in it against Alejandro at 2-2. All the runners take their leads. Harrison to De Aza, 2-2 pitch. That is driven to left center field. Over to collect it is Myers. The runner will tag off third. Rendon still looks like he's stepping a bit gingerly, but he's home on the sacrifice fly, and now he can give his foot a break. De drives in another. The Barnstormers leading 8-0. That run charged to Figueroa, and that will close the books on the starter. Second time the Barnstormers have put 8 on the board against the now 22-year-old right-hander from Barquisimeto. Dugan takes a fastball away. Ball 1, no strikes. 8 runs, 6 hits for the Barnstormers tonight. It's just telltale of the way this team has played. To Kelly 1-0. Now 2-0. Robinson on deck. All 8 base runners yielded by Junior Figueroa have scored. 3-0. And Robinson sees a chance to bat with the bases loaded. Coming up potentially. 3-0 to Kelly. Harrison's pitch is outside, ball 4, and that will load them for Trayvon. Robinson comes through here, and that could almost seal the deal tonight in just the 4th inning. But you don't want to take anything for granted here in 2021. Robinson 4 for 11 with the bases loaded. He's got Gindel, Allemond, and Dugan on ahead of him. 2 outs in the inning. Harrison ready to go, and Robinson swings and misses. Down a strike. It is 0-1. Clark is on deck. The Barnstormers with the 8-0 lead. Robinson denied on a diving play by the first baseman Espinal his last time up. Robinson goes after the 0-1, hits a fly ball down the left field line. Racing after it into the corner is Miles Williams, and he slides, can't come up with it. And Robinson will bat at 0-2. Barnstormers were running everywhere on that. It didn't look like it would stay fair off the bat, and it didn't. Miles Williams going after it for all he was worth, trying to get Matthew Harrison and the rest of the power out of this inning. The West Virginia training staff pops out, but Williams says he's okay. I mean, he was flying after that. He's been challenged in this inning. Peroni took him back to the track. Rendon's double sailed over his head. And Robinson's foul ball, he nearly made a terrific play. It is 0-2 to Trayvon here. Gindel, Allemond, and Dugan the runners. The Barnstormers ahead by 8 in the top half of the 4th inning. Both these clubs a little travel weary. 0-2 to Robinson. Here's the pitch, and it's pulled foul on the ground down toward the West Virginia bullpen. Harrison has come in and thrown a lot of pitches to his 5 batters. He's up to, by my count, 21 here. Still 0-2 to Robinson. Here is the pitch. It tails outside for ball 1. An 8-run Lancaster lead, and I guess that's the sound system, but thought it was being invaded by cicadas for a moment. 1-2. Robinson goes after it, swings and misses. He is gone on strikes. His frustrations continue, but the Barnstormers pick up 2 more runs in the inning on 2 hits with no errors. 3 runners left on. We go to the bottom half of the 4th inning. The Barnstormers leading the West Virginia Power by the score of 8-0.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, Are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
Dominic DeSabatino has had a fairly significant wait in between innings. Just about every time, and even in one case, in the middle of his first inning. He had to wait about 10 or 15 minutes. It's been, I think, a little bit of a disruption to his evening. The Barnstormers with 8 runs on the board. There's been a pitching change. There's been an altercation with the one-time first base umpire in this game. Now, Jimmy Paredes will lead off the fourth. Paredes grounded out to Rondon, closing out the first inning. Jimmy was at the plate when that incident happened. And the only thing that comes to my mind is that it was all over words. It had nothing to do directly with the play on the field. And all of a sudden, it got really ugly. Paredes, the switch-hitting third baseman, stands in. DeSabatino fires. It's popped up and will carry off the playing surface. No balls and 1 strike on Jimmy. Barnstormers only had him for about 3 to 4 weeks. But he was quite the productive hitter. 0-1. DeSabatino goes back to work, and the ball is low 1-1, and then some visa issues cropped up, and he had to depart. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dominic will fire, and that is fouled at the plate, 1-2. I can only imagine in Major League Baseball that they have entire departments dedicated to working on aiding the foreign residents in getting their work visas and getting all that paperwork straightened out. Swing and a miss to Sabatino with a fastball. That is the 3rd strikeout for Dom tonight. 1 away, and Edwin Espinal will come to the plate. 8-0 Barnstormers, bottom of the 4th inning with Espinal to step in. But in the case of the Barnstormers, we've got a couple of people who work on such matters as one of 15 things that they do, including Ross. And it's by no means anyone's field of expertise. Strike to the inside corner to Sabatino, stuff moving here in the 4th inning. Here's the 0-1, swing and a miss, chased by Espinal, and Dom is ahead by 2 strikes. He's given up a 4-pitch walk with 2 outs in each of the last 2 innings. I'm sure he'd like to avoid that pitfall here. 0-2, and it's bounced back off of DeSabatino's glove, but it tips right to Alleman, and an easy play on Espinal. No panic. Just the 2nd out. 2 are away. There is more action in the West Virginia bullpen. The DH spot doesn't come up for a while. Don't know if Martinez has come out of the game or not. I was not informed otherwise. Almost steps in. DeSabatino's pitch fired to the outside corner, a strike taken. It is 0-1. That was so good catching up with Olmo earlier today. He really is a treasure. No balls and a strike. Swing and a miss. DeSabatino's ahead 0-2. He was a Butch Hobson favorite. Butch had worked with him previously. 0-2. Poke to right center field, and that is going to be in for the first hit. And then it bounces briefly away from Clark. Olmo Rosario is on with 2 outs. The first safety off the Sabatino tonight. It was too early to start thinking about a no-hitter anyway. Miles Williams, the left fielder, will come to the plate. Rosario can still swing the bat. I don't know that his legs are what they once were when he was with the Barnstormers back in 13 and 14. 2 outs, runner on. Miles Williams is in. He drew one of those walks to Sabatino's allowed. Dom ready to go. Pitch to Williams, over but low. Ball 1, no strikes. Third inning in a row, a 2-out runner reaching first base for West Virginia. 8-0, Lancaster leading. With additional action ongoing in the Power bullpen. The Barnstormers side, of course, has been quiet since the outset of the game. Williams bats at 1-0 with Rosario at first, 2 outs. Dugan holding the runner. Slides outside, and Miles Williams still has not seen a strike tonight. 2-0. Rosario's career beginning to mirror that of another guy who would show up in the Atlantic League late every season, Willis Otañez. Chopper to third, handled by Hoover. He'll go the short way. That forces Rosario 5-4. 2-out base runner leads to nothing for West Virginia for the third straight inning. No runs on a hit with no errors. 1 man left. We are through 4 tonight. The Barnstormers continue to lead 8-0.
Bummer, the Barnstormers are on the road and you're looking for something to do. Clipper Magazine Stadium still has the answer for family fun. The summer movie series returns, presented by Lidl Supermarkets on selected nights throughout the summer season. Bring the kids out to the ballpark for family-friendly movies. For just $6.50 per person, you get to sit on the outfield grass and enjoy a film on the big screen in left center field. Showtime is 7 p.m. For more information and movie listings, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the events page.
72 years and 4 generations and still going strong. We are Gochenauer Appliances in East Petersburg, and we want to be your appliance store now and into the future. We sell all the best brand names of appliances at the very best prices. We also deliver, install, and service what we sell. Shop local and with your 4th-generation hometown appliance store. Come to Gochenauer Appliances and see what a great appliance purchase experience is all about. You can even shop from home now at Gochenauers.com. Thanks for your support.
Well, all has gone well for the Lancaster Barnstormers so far tonight, and Mark Minikazi has actually gone to a position player to take over on the mound. This is Dominic Bethencourt, who is an infielder by trade. Harrison goes 2/3 of an inning, doesn't allow any of his own runs, walks 2, hits a batter, and strikes out 1. Bethencourt taking over for the top half of the 5th inning. The Barnstormers enjoying the 8-0 lead. The Barnstormers have seen Bethencourt on the hill before. This is in total his 8th appearance. He is 1-1. He's given up 9 hits, 14 runs, 10 earned in 6 1/3 innings. Walking 8 and striking out 4. Clark, Peroni, and Hoover, all right-handed batters, scheduled to face him. From the left side, West Virginia has Luis Guzman and Joe Testa. left-handed pitchers. Both in their bullpen. Well, here is Clark. He struck out twice against Figueroa. First pitch, fouled back. Ringing off of Rada. And Darnell Ray will do what umpires do, give the poor catcher a break. It's the brotherhood of the mask. No balls and one strike to Ladarius. Peroni's hit the ball very well both times. He's on deck. Both times it's been run down by Williams out in left. Strike two to the inside corner. Bethencourt quickly getting ahead of Clark here in the fifth inning. No balls, two strikes. Barnstormers did leave the bases loaded last inning. And Clark looking at a breaking ball inside. It is 1-2. The first 8 men that reached base in this game for Lancaster all scored. That is incredible when you stop to think about it. 1-2. Clark puts it in play. Ground ball to the first baseman. The shovel toss by Espinal, and Bethencourt didn't get there in time. Clark beats it out. And the leadoff man is on here in the fifth inning. They forgot about something, and that is how fast Ladarius Clark is. The Barnstormers will get the infield single. Clark is on, and Anthony Peroni will step to the plate. He is fly to left and line to left, and the fly ball was hit to the front of the warning track. He's gotten good wood on a ball both times. Clark, the base runner, with nobody out. If this were a closer game, he would be off and running. First pitch, a strike to the outside corner on Peroni. It is 0-1. 8-0 Barnstormers with the leadoff man on in the top half of the fifth inning. Espinal still holding Clark. 17 for 17 stealing bases. It's been a very trying night for this West Virginia ball club, and I have to believe Ladarius has the stop sign, probably imposed by Ross, but I think it would be self-imposed as well. 1 ball, 1 strike to Peroni, and to Anthony, a check swing. The plate umpire Darnell Ray says he went too far, and it's 1-2. Jake Hoover's on deck for Lancaster. Peroni is the K-man tonight. They give away pancakes here. In line with pulled pork and mott sticks and everything else we see around the league. 1-2 to Anthony. The pitch is low. 2-2 from Bethencourt. Third pitcher used by West Virginia in tonight's contest. 3 1/3 out of Figueroa, 2/3 out of Harrison. Peroni bats 2-2. Clark leads off first base. Here is the set and the pitch, and it almost got Anthony. Ball 3 ran inside. Somehow he got out of there as the ball was headed for his belt buckle. Full count to the Barnstormer catcher. Leading 8-0, top half of the fifth inning. Three-two is on the way, and it's put into play. Bouncer to the shortstop. They'll go to second for the quick out there. The throw back to first in time to double up Peroni. That was a tough turn for West Virginia. Reyes with some quick hands, getting rid of it in a hurry. That was actually the hard part because Reyes had to charge that topper from Peroni toward the edge of the infield grass, so he had to actually throw behind the plane of his body a little bit with Clark flying into second. Once they got that out, it became a little bit easier with the catcher running. Jake Hoover, the batter, 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored. The motion and the Bethencourt pitch is low. It is ball 1 and 0 strikes. Hoover is single to left and to right center. Bethencourt's pitch bounces past everything. 2-0. Jake now 11 out of 34. Remember, he hit safely in his first 7 games and reached in his first 8. Coming into tonight, though, he'd been hitless in the last 3. The 2-0 pitch. Tries to hold on the swing and does for ball 3. On deck is Cleo Luis Rendon. He's having himself a healthy night at the dish. Dugan and Alleman with the home runs early. 3-0. Hoover draws a walk, and the Barnstormers have something going again with 2 outs in the inning. Rendon will step in. He has singled and doubled. 2 runs scored in a ribby for Cleo Luis here tonight. Gindel is on deck. They haven't pitched to him very much. He did plenty of harm the last time we were here. He had a 2-homer game in what used to be his home ballpark. He was here the second year the stadium was open. He and De La Rosa were here in the early days. Upstairs to Cleo Luis. It is ball 1 and no strikes. They were here with the Brewers. De La Rosa was here the second year, Gindel the fourth, but the early days. 1-0 pitch. Rendon lets it go and takes ball 2 outside. The double play interrupting what could have been another potentially very big Barnstormers inning here in the 5th. 8-0. Lancaster with the lead. Rendon now gets ball 3 from Bethencourt. It is 3-0. 2-run homer by Dugan in the first inning. Grand slam by Alleman in the second. And then in the 4th, an RBI double by Rendon and a sacrifice fly by De Aza. 3-0 pitch. Rendon likely to be taking here. He does and gets ball 4 inside and then twirls the bat before heading down to first. 6 walks drawn by the Barnstormers in the game. Now here is Gindel, who has 2 of them, as well as a run scored. Hoover leads off second, Rendon off first. They're both on again. Gindel stands in against Bethencourt. That is screened and caught by Espinal. Or the Barnstormers would have a bigger lead. Gindel can't hit it much harder, but it was right at Edwin Espinal to end the inning. No runs on a hit, no errors, and the Barnstormers leave 2 more after the first 8 base runners of the night have scored. They've had 6 that haven't. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. De Sabatino back out there with the Barnstormers ahead 8-0.
Hey, $2 bill here, aka the rare one. Problem is, I'm so rare, people just saved me. But thanks to the new Cash Vibe with Quick Cash from the PA Lottery, I'm back in business. For just $2, you can get bigger jackpots starting at $150 grand. Plus Quick Cash, a chance to instantly win $2 or $6. Haha, it's good to be wanted.
Play Cash 5 with Quick Cash from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
We're halfway through regulation tonight. The Barnstormers enjoy the 8-run lead for Dominic De Sabatino, who's back out for his 5th inning of work. Tomorrow night, Niall Ball will jump back in. Ball was originally scheduled to start tonight. The decision was made just on our way over here to switch the slots. Ball is 2-0 with a 1.80 ERA in his last 3 starts, pitching very gritty, stranding a ton of base runners. And the Barnstormers will face the guy who's been the stalwart of the rotation here, Eric Sekula, who's also the baseball operations director for the Power. He's 5-7 on the year, but with a pretty good ERA by all 2021 Atlantic League standards. Reyes swings and misses. He goes down a strike against DeSabatino. 3 innings in a row. West Virginia's managed a 2-out base runner against Dom, and that's been it. Here now is the 0-1, hit off the hands, a pop-up, and Rondon races in to make the catch before that touchdown. It could have done some really squirrely things if that had hit the dirt, and Rondon knew it. It was completely mishit by Reyes. And mishit baseballs have a tremendous amount of English. Why did they ever call it English? I don't know, but that's the term. 1 out, and Reyes steps in. He grounded out his first time up. I mean, why isn't it Sanskrit? I don't know. Outside, DeSabatino held on to that pitch too long. That's ball 1 on Reyes. Dom working with the 8-run lead, doing just what he needs to do. He winds, fires 1-0, and gets the strike to the outside corner. The count is level at 1 each. I'm sure Ross would like to get 6 or 7 out of DeSabatino tonight without stretching him beyond safe limits. Fastball there again, and it's 1-2. That's always something you've got to consider, is not just the game you're in, but all the games down the road when you're managing. 1-2, way outside for a 2-ball, 2-strike count on Alfonso Reyes. Nate Easley, the right fielder, waits on deck. DeSabatino ready to go. Here's the 2-2. Ground ball up the middle and a base hit to center field for the first time in the entire game. DeSabatino has not gotten the first 2 batters of an inning. Easley will step in. He struck out looking in the 3rd. Another ground ball picked up by DeSabatino. You can't argue about that. This one just found a seam up the middle. And Reyes is aboard. Easley runs fairly well. May not be the easiest guy to double up, but he is a right-handed batter. DeSabatino can go to work on that. 8-0 Lancaster, bottom of the 5th inning. 1 out, 1 on. Reyes, not much of a lead, held by Dugan. Swing and a miss by Easley. No balls and a strike. DeSabatino now with 60 strikeouts on the season. Of course, he had the Barnstormers' high watermark of the year with 11 against High Point back on the 22nd of July. Next offering, outside, and Easley bats at 1 each. I don't know if you'll see 11 strikeouts from a starter again. You might. But it's been maybe the only side effect of the mound being moved back is it's a lot harder to blow hitters away. 1-1 from DeSabatino, fouled into the first base seats. Now 1-2 against the righty stick. Myers waiting on deck. You don't see too many left-handed batters in there for West Virginia. Paredes is a switch hitter, and he's the only guy batting from the left side. 1-2. Reyes not going anywhere over at first. DeSabatino sets and fires high. The count is even now at 2-2. Dominic running into what right now could be described as minor friction in the bottom of the 5th inning. Hoping to curtail any thoughts of West Virginia getting back into this game right here. Now 2-2. Easley swings and pulls a line drive into left field for a base hit. First and second And West Virginia has its only legitimate threat of the game. And the top of the order, Connor Myers stepping in, who's 0 for 1 with a walk. Back-to-back base hits for Rada and Easley. Neither one pummeled. A grounder up the middle, and Easley got enough of that to jerk it over the head of the third baseman Hoover, and it pretty much died once it cleared Jake. Myers stands in. 2 runners on for West Virginia for the first time in the game, and the fans here at Appalachian Power Park sense that something is cooking here in the bottom of the 5th inning. DeStabatino facing Myers for the 3rd time. He'll try to cut it off here. The set, and now to Myers. It's turned on and pulled foul down the third base side. 0-1. 3 hits now off Dom, and he's walked 2, covering 4 1/3 innings of tonight's game. West Virginia with a chance to lop something off of the Lancaster lead here in the 5th inning as the Barnstormers suddenly have stopped driving in runners that they have out there in the 5th inning through no fault of their own. Gindel a screaming liner for the final out. 0-1. DeSabatino to Myers, cut on and missed. Dominic is ahead at 0-2. On deck is the pitcher Bethencourt, in the spot previously occupied by Teodoro Martinez. Bethencourt, I mentioned, is a position player. Infielder by trade. He's their utility guy. 0-2. And the pitch, reaching for it, Peroni, and ball 1. One ball, 2 strikes. Is a hitter. Bethencourt isn't too bad. 256 with 3 homers, 1 against Lancaster, 12 runs batted in. So not your ordinary pitcher, about to step in and anything other than a double play. Runners take their leads. DeSabatino will go to work and try to get the inside corner with the 3/4 slider. He misses. Myers is batting at 2-2, and West Virginia definitely getting a little bit of an itch here in the bottom of the 5th inning to get some runs on the board. DeSabatino had pretty much snuffed their offense through the first 4. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dom comes to the set, glances at the lead runner, and the pitch is smashed to second. Alamand goes to short for 1. Rendon back to first, and it's not in time. Myers beating it out to save the inning. 4-6 goes the force play on Easley, and Bethencourt will step in with 2 outs and runners at the corners. Myers flying down the line. That throw was very close over at first base. The only thing that kept that from being a double play, besides the hustle of Connor Myers, was the fact that the ball came up a little bit on Alamand, and for just an instant, it looked like he had a little trouble securing it and finding the grip to feed Rendon. Time called, and a balk is charged onto Sabatino, and that will cause the shutout to be broken up. It's been an epidemic for the Barnstormers pitchers lately. Cameron Gann has had 2 charged, and Ross Peoples comes out to inquire why. Tyler Laporte with a very costly balk against Southern Maryland not that long ago. And Ross Peoples, who finds Darnell Ray towering over him, which not too many people do, has gotten the umpires to discuss the balk. It's 8-1 as it stands right now, and I don't see this being overturned. Runner at second base on the balk, and Bethencourt has yet to officially see a pitch. That feeling had to have been that he didn't come to a full stop. So, at the very least, a learning moment for Dominic DeSabatino, but he can't let himself get rattled. The Barnstormers have been charged with 4 balks on the season, and they have all come within the last 10 days to 2 weeks. Russ not agreeing with the umpire's decision to charge DeSabatino with a balk in that circumstance. It also breaks up the force play possibility. 8-1 with 2 outs and a runner at second base in the bottom of the 5th inning. And you see right there the importance of Myers beating the throw back to first. It's produced a run, so Peoples, who's only been ejected once in his career, and it was over the Tyler Laporte balk against Southern Maryland. He stayed out there for a while. I don't know if the umpires have been instructed to tighten the balk rules or not, but some of these have hurt, and Ross is still not in agreement with the decision. Bethencourt will come back in with the runner at second and 2 outs. I pitched in this league for 10 years, and that was never a balk when I pitched. I don't know what he's saying out there, but he's definitely inquiring what it was that DeSabatino did. With Laporte and that hesitation in his move, you can understand it, even though Ross's claim was he's been doing it all along. Why'd you call it now? Myers leads off second. Bethencourt at the plate. DeSabatino works out of the stretch, brings it home, and it's cut on and miss. No balls and 1 strike. The Barnstormers still have not shut out their opponents all season. 8-1 our score. No balls and 1 strike. The count to Dominic Bethencourt. DeSabatino will bring it home, and that is beaten foul for a second strike. It's 0-2. We had hopes early in this inning of DeSabatino being able to get through 7 tonight. I don't know that you can really contemplate that any longer. Run on the board on the balk. This is the 5th batter of the inning, and it's turned out to be a fairly long one since that pop-up to short led it off. 0-2 on Bethencourt. DeSabatino brings home a breaking ball, and this is hit well. Right center field, a long way back, goes both outfielders, and that ball is going to bounce up against the wall for an RBI double. Both De Aza and Clark racing after it, and now it is 8-2, and the Barnstormers just missing out on the double play, looming even bigger. Bethencourt carries a wallop. DeSabatino tried to get a pitch past him at no balls and 2 strikes, and it didn't work. So it's 8-2 here in the bottom of the 5th with Jimmy Paredes stepping in. That is why you hustle every play, every game. You never know what it's going to lead to, and Myers certainly giving us a lesson about that. Runner at second is now Bethencourt. DeSabatino to Paredes. It is outside for a ball and 1-0 as some of the lead has begun to slip away in this bottom half of the 5th inning. DeSabatino had the shutout for 4 2/3. Then the balk happened. 1 ball and no strikes to Paredes. Lancaster gets action going in the bullpen. That is line foul. 1-1. A right-hander beginning to loosen up in the Lancaster bullpen with the score now 8-2. Obviously, if you're the Barnstormers, you want DeSabatino to get through this 5th inning. You don't want to make the change yet. Looks like Yoel Espinal beginning to tune up. He had maybe his best outing of the year on this mound back in July. 1-1 to Paredes. DeSabatino glancing back. Here's the pitch, and Paredes checks on the swing, taking ball 2 outside. 2 balls and a strike to Paredes. If the Barnstormers turn that double play, we're talking about the top of the 6th right now and the 8-0 lead. But definitely there's been a little momentum shift here tonight. 2-1 on Paredes. DeSabatino with the pitch, and that ball is pulled to right, deep into the corner. Hustling over is Clark. He won't get to that. A 3rd run will score. Here's a throw on Paredes. That will be late. Another double, and it's 8-3 with Espinal stepping in. All of this developing after the balk. And it's very similar to Laporte's balk, in that the next 2 batters came up with huge hits for Southern Maryland in that game. And it's been a similar story for DeSabatino in this 5th inning, as West Virginia lives up to its name, unloading some extra base pop. 4 hits now in the 5th inning. DeSabatino can't get rid of this frame. It is 8-3. Edwin Espinal coming to the plate as the Barnstormers use their first timeout and also hustle to get Yoel Espinal ready in the bullpen. It's amazing now how a couple of balks have so disrupted the rhythm of Barnstormers pitchers. Laporte had the Barnstormers out of an inning in a tie game, and it really hadn't been Tyler that had given up those runs. It had been Espinal against Southern Maryland. Tyler came in, squelched the inning, and they just announced Espinal into the game. That was a little premature. DeSabatino still out there. It's 8-3 with Paredes at second, 2 outs. DeSabatino comes to the set, and Espinal. There's a pickoff throw behind the runner at second base off of ball 1, but Alamond got the message a little bit late. The throw was going to be behind schedule anyway. Ball 1 and no strikes on Edwin Espinal. Olmo Rosario is on deck here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Barnstormers have been plagued by innings like this throughout the season. They still have a 5-run lead. Popped up by Espinal. Back comes Peroni, but there is no play. It is a ball and a strike on the right-handed batting first baseman. I have to believe that had it not been for the balk, this inning would probably be over, but it just completely and utterly disrupted the flow here. Doubles by Bethancourt and Paredes have occurred since. You've got a dangerous hitter at the plate in Espinal. 1-1 from DeSabatino. A look at Paredes and the pitch. Espinal couldn't hold on the swing. 1-2. Oh, Yoel Espinal gets ready in the bullpen. DeSabatino needs this final out here in the 5th inning to be eligible for a win tonight. It would be his league-leading 10th. If the Barnstormers can hang on here the rest of the way. Dom may come out if he allows another base runner. 1-2, DeSabatino to the plate, and this is driven to right field. Back on it goes Gindel. Clark rather. He will be there to make the catch for the final out, but Espinal hit that pretty hard. Well, the Barnstormers survive the inning, but give up 3 runs on 4 hits with no errors and 1 runner left on base. We're done with 5 here at Appalachian Power Park. The Barnstormers leading the West Virginia Power by the score of 8-3.
You can enjoy a night at the ballpark and help out the United Way of Lancaster County. All you have to do is spend 3 hours as an usher during a Barnstormers home game, and the ball club will donate $20 in your name to the United Way program of your choice. Be a friendly face, have fun, and raise money for your favorite local charity. To sign up, go to the LancasterBarnstormers.com website and head to the community link, and we'll see you at the ballpark.
This is the sound of someone looking out for the safety of a loved one.
Come here, honey. Let's get you buckled up.
And this is the sound of a Lexus looking out for someone else on the road. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our full line of vehicles, each with our advanced standard safety technology. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Pre-collision system with pedestrian detection is not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See owner's manual for additional limitations and details.
Dominic Bethencourt pitches a scoreless inning and doubles in a run, scores another. Big fifth for Bethencourt. Now he'll see the Barnstormers for second inning. Alleman, Deaza, and Dugan are scheduled against the right-handed two-way player, infielder and pitcher for West Virginia. Long Island has just taken no prisoners tonight against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. We'll get you the updated score in a second. They posted on Twitter 19-5, and that's what it is. 19-5, Long Island over Southern Maryland, bottom of the seventh inning. Gastonia has an 11-10 lead over York in the top of the seventh, and High Point leads Lexington 4-2 in the top of the eighth inning. The Barnstormers with the 8-3 lead here, as Bethencourt tunes up for his sixth inning of work, or the sixth inning, his second inning of work, I should say. Alleman will lead it off. He has a grand slam. He's also popped a third and been hit by a pitch. Such a small difference. Two very small differences. A balk versus a legal move, and a close call at first base on a would-be double play grounder. The Barnstormers lose out on both and end up allowing 3 runs. Bethencourt will work to Alleman, and Blake takes a strike on the inside corner. It's 0-1, and the Barnstormers now, if they can respond even with a run, they would retake control of the momentum in this game. Hard hit ground ball, but foul by Alleman. It is 0-2. Gindel lines sharply to the first baseman Espinal, ending the top of the fifth, or the Barnstormers would have put additional runs on the board. 8-3 here in the sixth. Alleman bats at 0-2. The pitch, cut on and missed for strike 3. That is 7 Barnstormers that have struck out in the game. Alejandro Deaza will come in. He scored a run. He's driven in a run, but he doesn't have any hits. He's 0 for 1 officially. Walk and a sac fly for him. Espinal continuing dilution in the Lancaster bullpen. We're going to see him in the sixth inning. A strike on Deaza. It is 0-1. He gets those called strikes on pitches that almost hit him incessantly. He's up so close to the plate. Now for Bethencourt, the 0-1, tails outside. Ball 1, strike 1 to the Lancaster center fielder. West Virginia has cut into the Lancaster lead. It's up to the Barnstormers now to put something else up on the board. 1-1. Deaza gets ball 2 away. 2 balls and 1 strike. This could still be a very beneficial night for the Barnstormers in the standings. 2-1, Deaza with a fly ball the other way. Miles Williams turned the wrong way initially, recovers and makes the catch for out number 2. Well, it's the second adventure he's had out there tonight. Kelly Dugan thundered a 2-run homer off the mesh screen above the center field fence in the first inning. He has since struck out and walked. Bethancourt gave up a single and 2 walks last inning. Got out of it thanks to a double play, and he's retired the first 2 in the top of the 6th as Dugan stands in. Bethancourt to the plate, and a ball is outside, 1-0. Rosario, Williams, and Reyes, all right-handed batters, slated in the bottom of the 6th for West Virginia. Here's the 1-0. Dugan pops it up, foul out of play. A ball and a strike. It is amazing. The Barnstormers were, for the better part of 4 innings, playing the absolutely perfect game. Scoring everybody that got on base, pitching brilliantly, and defending brilliantly. But just the whole complexion of this game has changed. Fly ball, left center field. This will be tracked down by Myers. The center fielder makes the catch. The Barnstormers are retired 1-2-3 by Dominic Bethancourt. And West Virginia retains the momentum as we go to the bottom of the 6th. Lancaster leading by the 8-3 score.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 15 all the way through August 28. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Clinics tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster.
Yoel Espinal comes on for the bottom of the 6th inning. So DeSabatino leaves. His winning streak by decision will certainly remain intact. He can't lose this game, obviously. 5 innings, 5 hits. He gives up 3 runs. They were all earned. 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, and Dominic charged with a balk tonight. Yoel Espinal is in for the Barnstormers to face Olmo Rosario here in the 6th inning. Rosario came up with the first hit off DeSabatino with 2 outs in the 4th inning and a line single to right center. Espinal will deliver. The first pitch runs inside for ball 1. 1-0. The count on Rosario. Espinal comes back, and he's inside again, 2-0. Espinal behind DeSabatino back here 3.5 weeks ago. Struck out 5 in 3 innings. Brilliant performance for him. And he got the win, I think, that night, or could have. Now inside, and to Rosario, it is 3-0. Overall, Espinal 3-6, 9.96 his earned run average. 3 balls, no strikes. The offering is high, and he gives up the leadoff walk to Olmo Rosario. Runner on with nobody out. Miles Williams will come to the plate. He has walked and grounded into a force play. And you may see more action start fairly soon for the Barnstormers. Barnstormers were coasting with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th and an 8-0 lead. All of a sudden, it just started to fall apart. Now a ball to Miles Williams, and Espinal has missed with all 5. Wells' last appearance was at Long Island in the Sunday game. He had a perfect inning, striking out 1. Sidearm breaking ball gets there. Williams batting at 1 ball and 1 strike. Rosario, the runner at first base, held by Dugan here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 1-1 is on the way, and the fastball tails inside. It's moving too much. 6 of 7 have missed the strike zone out of the right hand of the 6'2 Yoel Espinal. Resident of Somerset, New Jersey. Peroni sets the target. 2-1 on Williams. This is popped up, but coming back out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Infield looking to turn 2. The Barnstormers just missed 1 last inning. Or DeSabatino would still be out there, and we'd be talking about an 8-0 game. To Williams, 2-2, and that is blasted to left field. A long way back for Trayvon. Trayvon to the wall, and the walls will not contain it. Miles Williams has terrific power. It's his 12th of the season, and we are in a dogfight here tonight. It is 8-5. The Barnstormers have relinquished momentum in the game, and I've talked about that. I talked about it last night in that game with the Long Island Ducks. The Barnstormers had it lock, stock, and barrel with the home run by Dugan. It should have been the put-away shot last night. But now this is an 8-5 game. West Virginia's on fire. The fans are on fire here. Elmer Reyes, the shortstop, will come to the plate. He's 0 for 2. The Barnstormers are potentially a championship club. I think everybody here understands that. First pitch is outside to Reyes for a ball. It is 1-0. But Lancaster, I don't know what happened tonight. I really don't. The offense has kind of been shut down, swing and a miss by Reyes. It's 1-1. West Virginia has scored 5 runs between the second out of the 5th inning and the first out of the 6th. 3-run ball game. Espinal to the plate, and he is off the corner again. Reyes batting at 2-1, and the Barnstormers have action in the bullpen. That looks like Laporte beginning to throw with the leg kick. It's recognizable. 2-1, swing and a miss by Reyes. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Reyes just 2 out of his last 25. And deck is the catcher, Rada. Pitch fouled off. Reyes still in there at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Williams with his 3rd home run against Lancaster on the season, only his 4th hit against the Barnstormers. 2-2, Espinal to the plate, and it's ball 3 off the outside corner. Yoel really wanted that one. You could see by his reaction. Reyes bats at full, 3-2. It is Laporte tuning up down in the bullpen. Here's the payoff pitch, popped up. Peroni coming over. Dugan is there, and they almost collide. Dugan able to slide out of the way. Peroni with the catch. And Reyes is dispatched for the first out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Alfonso Rada will come to the plate. He is 1 for 2. Espinal trying to settle it down. The Barnstormers do have the back end of the bullpen available, but everybody was used last night and Tuesday. You really would rather stay away from it. In a game you once led 8-0, you thought the Goodsons and Moyas and Schumans of the world would get the night off. That may no longer be the case. 1-0 pitch is outside to Rada for ball 2. It is 2-0. Barnstormers were up 8-0 in the 4th inning. Everything going their way. Playing the perfect game. Now a strike, it's 2-1. And all of a sudden, it happened in the blink of an eye with a double play, not quite turned, and a balk. And West Virginia's right back into it. 2-1, that's inside, almost hit him. 3 balls and a strike. Espinal, in that appearance back here a few weeks ago, was getting the inside corner with these pitches, starting him toward the middle or even toward the outside corner, darting him back to the inside edge, and West Virginia could not handle it at all. Tonight, it's darting inside, and the power just laying off of it. That got the corner. That was the pitch that he was throwing here in his last appearance on this field. Full count to Alfonso Rada. Nate Easley, the right fielder, waits on deck. Here comes the payoff pitch. It is outside, and he gives up his second walk of the inning. The batter will be Easley, who is 1 for 2. Dominic Bethencourt certainly has been part of the story of the West Virginia comeback tonight, and it looks like he's going to stay on the mound, and he could also bat this inning if they get one more guy on. Espinal goes to work on Easley and finds the knees for a called strike. It is 0-1. Rada, the one-out base runner. It was his single, a ground ball up the middle that got everything triggered last inning. No balls, 1 strike to Easley. It drops low, and the right-handed batting right fielder stands in at 1 each. Now 2-1. 7 of the last 10 West Virginia batters have reached base. 5 hits and 2 walks. After DeSabatino had slammed the door on him for 4 1/3, nobody got to second base. Line down the right side, that is going to curl foul. 2-2 to Easley. Connor Myers, the center fielder, waiting on deck. Lancaster 8, West Virginia 5, playing the bottom of the 6th inning. Another late night at the ballpark. Barnstormers got up early this morning. West Virginia got in early this morning. 2-2 on Nate Easley. Rada held it first by Dugan. Espinal takes a deep breath. Easley steps back out. Runner holds the pitch, swung on and hit well left field. Back on this goes Robinson, and the walls will not contain it. It's another home run, and now 8-7. Easley with his 4th of the season. And we have a 1-run game here in Charleston. With just 1 out in the inning, and Connor Myers stepping in as the potential tying run. 7 runs have scored in the span of 2 outs. And here comes Ross. He signals to the bullpen. Laporte will be coming in. 4 extra base hits among the last 8 batters for West Virginia. Espinal departs. He could only get 1 out here in the 6th inning. Oh, we've got the change with Laporte coming in, and we're going to pause for these messages.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
This is the sound of someone getting the most out of a summer day. So is this. Because for some, summer days were made for adventure. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our entire line of leading-edge hybrids, each with the power and range to help you get the most out of your summer. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Yoel Espinal goes a third of an inning, gives up 2 hits, both home runs, 2 walks. Everybody scores. 4 runs are home in the bottom of the 6th. It's 8-7 Barnstormers. Tyler Laporte is getting the call to try and shut the West Virginia offense back down. Laporte will be in his 5th game. He has given up 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned in 4 innings with 1 walk and 5 strikeouts. Myers will bat, and then Bethancourt, who has his team very much alive in this game. What happened? But we've asked ourselves that on numerous occasions this year. The Barnstormers sometimes seem to be worse off when they build a big lead early. And they have let some huge leads get away over the course of this season, and yet this same ball club is amazing at coming from behind in the late innings. 1 out, nobody on base. Myers stands in as the potential tying run. He's 0 for 2 with a walk in the game. Tyler Laporte, first pitch, delivered for a strike. It is 0-1. 6'1" right-hander from Lafayette, Louisiana. Hard thrower. There's the hesitation, which you can do with the bases empty. Ball 1 is outside and low, and a 1-1 count. So it's tough to understand. Espinal, the last time he threw in this ballpark, was simply sensational. And tonight, he can only manage 1 out on a foul pop-up. Here's the 1-1, grounded foul. A ball and 2 strikes now on Myers. Laporte's that guy, he throws arms and legs and misdirection at you and throws pretty hard. He's generally up around 94. Tough to pick him up. 1-2, high to Myers. 2 balls and 2 strikes. West Virginia on the verge of catching all the way up here tonight. 8-7 with just 1 out in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, foul-tipped and held by Peroni. That'll settle things down for the time being. Laporte with the strikeout. And now the pitcher, Bethancourt, will step in. He doubled home a run and scored another back in the 5th inning as West Virginia embarked on this impressive comeback here tonight. 2 outs now in the inning. I think Ross is looking for Laporte to get this ball club through the 6th and the 7th. And he might be forced to use Moya and Schumann again. 2 outs, and Tyler to the plate. First pitch high on Bethancourt. Ball 1 and no strikes. Of course, we have the difference makers promotion for home games with PSECU. If West Virginia had the same promotion, Dominic Bethancourt would be the guy tonight. He has made the difference in this game. 1-0 pitch below the knees, and ball 2 with Jimmy Paredes waiting in the on-deck circle. Barnstormers still in the lead by 1. Laporte hitting above 96 on the gun tonight. Now 3-0. And risking putting the tying run on base. 3 balls and no strikes. The count on Bethencourt. Fastballs for Tyler have topped out at 96.8. Here's a 3-0. That is high. The tying run goes to first base. 3 walks and 2 home runs in the inning. Jimmy Paredes doubled home run last inning. He is 1 for 3. Paredes stands in, dangerous hitter. This Laporte finds the inside corner, delay on that call. It is 0-1 on Paredes. The Barnstormers still leading, but boy, this game looked like Lancaster could cruise, and now incredible tension here. To Paredes, line the other way past Hoover and down into the left field corner. Bethencourt is going to come around and be held at third. Paredes ends up at second with a double, and Edwin Espinal can put his team in the lead with a single. What an amazing turn of events here tonight. But the Barnstormers do still lead. I want to make that clear. It's just not comfortable. Espinal is the 9th man to step to the plate here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Bethencourt at third, Paredes at second with 2 gone. Lancaster now has been out-hit tonight. And remember, West Virginia did not have a hit for the first 3 2/3 innings. More action in the Lancaster bullpen, and that is Donald Goodson starting to throw. Already on the second pitcher of this inning. To Espinal, high, and ball 1. Every single pitch has been a fastball since Laporte came into the game. One and 0 here, and another fastball for a strike. It is 1-1. A crucial out for Laporte and the Barnstormers here in the 6th inning. He struck out Myers, but he's walked Bethencourt, giving up the opposite field double to Paredes. To Espinal, sharp ground ball, and a bobble by Hoover. The first one he's made, and the tying run scores. Hoover has been so sure-handed, making incredible plays. He gets a routine grounder here, and I guess it's the momentum of the ball game, and now we're tied at 8 with Olmo Rosario stepping in way back when he led off this inning with a walk. Bethencourt has scored. It's 8 apiece in the bottom of the 6th inning. Rosario will bat with runners at first and third. He's the 10th man to step in, and another crooked number plagues the Barnstormers. First error by either side in the game. They put that up as a base hit. First pitch strike. It is 0-1. We'll check the official record. They called it a single. Wow. Chopper foul. It's 0-2. Espinal gets the infield single and the RBI. I mean, it was fairly well hit, but right at him on a skimmer. No balls and 2 strikes here. So that makes it an earned run against LaPorte. 0-2 to Rosario. Fastball crowds him for ball 1 and 2 strikes. No real change of speeds since LaPorte has been in there. Everything from about 92.6 to 96.8. Here's the 1-2. There's the breaking ball, but it misses. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 8-8 ball game in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Rosario line drive into center field. West Virginia leads. An RBI base hit. 4 batters in a row have reached against LaPorte. Paredes is home. And now the Barnstormers, you want to talk about having to pick yourself up by the bootstraps, and they've still got to get out of this inning. Miles Williams steps in. He cracked the 2-run homer earlier. Ross Peoples coming back out. LaPorte will be lifted. Goodson will be coming in. The Barnstormers have given up 6 in the bottom of the 6th inning. We're going to go to yet another pitcher here, and we go to yet another break.
We are finally back enjoying Barnstormers baseball. I'm Adam Gocknauer from Gocknauer Appliances and thrilled to be sponsoring Barnstormers baseball yet again. We also wanted to thank all of you for your incredible support for our business during the pandemic. We are so happy to still be here helping you with the best brand names and the best prices of major appliances in the area. Enjoy the game, and we will continue to service you now and into the future. Gocknauer Appliances in East Petersburg and on the web at gocknauers.com.
New to Clipper Magazine Stadium in 2021 is Otto's Hospitality. Otto's is totally committed to the fan experience, from quality to convenience to safety. And they are committed to Lancaster, using local food purveyors whenever possible. New menu items like homemade Brauhaus pretzels, Black Angus burgers, and Otto's meatballs are sure to make any Barnstormers game even more fun. Use self-ordering kiosks or your phone instead of waiting in the lines. That's Otto's Hospitality.
In the span of 3 outs, West Virginia has scored 9 runs to take a 9-8 lead over the Barnstormers in the bottom of the 6th. Donald Goodson will try and quell it here. He inherits runners at first and second. Espinal, the lead man, Rosario behind him, and Miles Williams will come to the plate. Williams with a 2-run homer for the first 2 runs of the inning. 6 have scored here, 3 after the second out last inning. That's where my math comes from. 9 runs in the span of 3 outs. The outs in this inning have come on a foul pop-up and a strikeout. Donald Goodson ready to go. His first pitch is off speed and chased. Strike 1. The Barnstormers with Robinson, Clark, and Peroni due up in the 7th inning. Fastball, good for a second strike. It's 0-2. Fastball runs outside. It is ball 1. Now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Caleb Gindel is in right field now. So there will be a pinch hitter for Clark. Swing and a miss, but that pitch gets away from Peroni, and the inning will continue on the third strike wild pitch. Bringing on Reyes, who is 0 for 3. The Barnstormers can't find the final out no matter what they do here. An ugly strikeout, but the pitch was badly outside and low. Reyes hitless in 3 tries tonight. West Virginia leading 9-8 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Three hits, and to this point, a couple of runs off Laporte. Bottom fell out. That is cut on and missed. I mean, Donald Goodson has thrown 4 basically dominating pitches, and even with that, he hasn't gotten the Barnstormers out of the inning. Espinal at third, Rosario at second, Williams now the runner at first base. Swing and a foul ball down the first base line. 0-2, the count on Reyes. 5 pitches, 5 strikes thrown by Goodson here. Donald has pitched very well as of late. Tries to end this inning. The 0-2 is bounced. Taken for ball 1 by Reyes. 1-2. Last night, Donald was the only Barnstormer reliever who really got the job done well. And yet he was charged with a blown save. Just not fair. He's only allowed hits in 2 of his last 10 appearances. Bouncer foul. Reyes stays tough at a ball and 2 strikes. But on Myers' hustle, beating out the relay throw on the double play in the bottom of the 5th, this entire game changed. Just that one small moment. And any young player listening, that's a lesson. Fouled off. Reyes continues to bat at 1-2. You can help your team so much in the midst of a game where all seems lost, and realistically it did for West Virginia, down 8-0. If that's a double play, still 8-0 coming into this inning. There's no momentum for West Virginia. That one instant followed by the balk. 1-2. Goodson fires a fastball. It's cut on and missed, and the inning is finally over, but it produces 6 runs on 5 hits. With no errors, 3 runners are left. Goodson takes the steam out of it for now. The Barnstormers have to pick it back up. We'll go to the top half of the 7th in a 9-8 ball game.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries, plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
This is the sound of the kind of thrill ride summer was made for. Here's the sound of another one. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our entire line of performance vehicles, including the RCF, LC, and IS. Strap in and then hold on tight. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Barnstormers down by a run. It's 9 runs on 10 hits for West Virginia. No errors. 7 runners left on base. And the Barnstormers have picked up 8 runs on 7 hits with no errors. And the Barnstormers have stranded 5. Dominic Bethencourt not only has pitched 2 scoreless innings for West Virginia to shut off the Barnstormers, but he has driven in a run and scored 2 with a double and a walk at the plate. Trayvon Robinson leads off the 7th inning, and Ladarius Clark is on deck. I'm trying to figure out, it must be De Aza that is out of the game, and the pitcher spot moves to 3. Tough to see the outfielders. Just looked out there and saw that the right fielder was left-handed. The Barnstormers need a comeback here tonight. We didn't think that would be necessary. West Virginia with the extra inning game on the road last night that lasted until after midnight. Where did they pick up the spark? But my goodness, did they ever. Robinson will lead off. He is 0 for 3 in the ball game tonight. First time that he has seen Bethencourt. Meanwhile, a tall right-hander, that is Povsey. Max Povsey warming up in the bullpen for the West Virginia Power. The offering to Trayvon. He shows bunt and takes a fastball outside. It is ball 1. Now, this being said, and obviously the last 2 innings have been a disaster as far as the Barnstormers are concerned, but this is a team that has an amazing knack for winning close games in the late innings. So we'll see what they can do here. Ball 2 is outside to Robinson, 2-0. But you would like to think this one should have been easy. You'd like to think last night after the Dugan home run should have been easy. And they're just not. Robinson batting 2-0. Bethencourt to the plate. Trayvon fouls it away. 2 balls and 1 strike. Another game that will clear 3 hours in duration by quite a bit, even if you remove the umpire delay from early on. 2-1 to Robinson. Bethencourt kicks, fires, and gets the inside corner for a second strike. Robinson has been burned in that location incessantly. Two and 2 to Robinson. He's trying to recollect his thoughts after that last call. Bethencourt winds, fires the 2-2 off the outside corner. Robinson gets it to a full count. If Trayvon is able to reach base here, look out. And this is where, and we talked about the Barnstormers back in the 5th inning. Clark led off with an infield base hit and didn't steal second because of the score. Robinson will get the walk. If he had, Peroni's ground ball would not have been a double play. And who knows where that inning might have gone. Bethencourt walks his third. The tying run heads to first base. Clark will step in, 1 out of 3. The Barnstormers should know by now no lead is ever safe. Here is Clark. The infield will set up double play depth if they ever get the chance. Robinson may be on the move here. He's 11 for 11, stealing bases on the year. There he goes. Bethencourt's pitch is outside and low, and there's no shot for Rada to get off a throw. 12th steal now for Trayvon. Bethencourt really paid him no attention, and Robinson immediately left first base. Well, the tying run's in scoring position, and with a base hit, the Barnstormers can again draw even. They'd like to do more. To Clark, ball 2 missing low. Anthony Peroni waits on deck. After him would be Hoover. He's perfect tonight. But Jake has made so many terrific plays and then couldn't come up with the Espinal ground ball. It went down as a base hit, though I don't necessarily agree with that decision. Here comes the 2-0. Clark swings away, and that's a foul ball over the rooftop. 2 balls and a strike. Espinal over at first, and Paredes at third. Guard the bunt here. Clark is more than capable of dropping one down in this situation and not for a sacrifice. Bethencourt working out of the stretch. 2-1 to Ladarius. Ground ball shortstop. It's hit slowly. They're going to lose the play. Safe at first is Clark as Reyes juggled that ground ball, and runners are at the corners with nobody out as West Virginia starts to hand some gifts right back to the Barnstormers. A roller to Reyes. He took his eye off of it. Robinson serving it as a distraction. Trayvon's going to get the third easily on that ground ball. It should have just conceded it. Anthony Peroni batting with runners at the corners and nobody out here in the 7th inning, and the Barnstormers with ample opportunity to tie the game and perhaps more. Meeting at the mound for West Virginia. And Mark Minikazi had met with Darnell Ray. He is going to lift Bethencourt in a dicey situation. Tall right-hander is coming in. Bethencourt going 2 innings plus in middle relief tonight, and he has been very effective. Popsy will take over. We've got the change, and while it takes place, we will send you back to our highly mythical studios.
Hey, $2 bill here, aka the rare one. Problem is, I'm so rare, people just saved me. But thanks to the new cash vibe with quick cash from the PA Lottery, I'm back in business. For just $2, you can get bigger jackpots starting at 150 grand. Plus quick cash, a chance to instantly win $2 or $6. Haha, it's good to be wanted.
Play Cash 5 with Quick Cash from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
So a couple of changes now for West Virginia. Max Povsey is in to pitch, or Povsey. I've been told both. Tall right-hander, 6 feet 8 inches tall. Peroni, Hoover, Rondon scheduled for the Barnstormers. There has also been a change as Connor Kopach has taken over at shortstop for Reyes, who made the final out in the bottom of the 6th and now commits an error here in the 7th to help the Barnstormers along in their comeback efforts. 9-8, West Virginia leading, but the Barnstormers have Robinson at third, Clark at first, and I have to think Ladarius is going to be running here as well. Peroni's 0 for 3 tonight, guy who puts the ball in play more often than not, but he is a little bit double play prone, and the Barnstormers would just as soon stay out of one here. 9-8. The Barnstormers right back at you with a walk, a stolen base, and now they put it as a base hit for Ladarius, at least on the board. Throw goes to first. So maybe this will settle the score. I got to check on it here. And they did give Clark an infield base hit. Wow. There he goes, and it's a ground ball to the shortstop. The only play will be to first. Throw behind Ladarius. He's back in at second. Well, the Barnstormers stay out of the double play. Peroni drives in the tying run. Clark moving ahead to second. Jake Hoover will be the batter. He's 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored. Well, that's 2 plays now. The Espinal ground ball and the Clark ground ball. Well, if somebody died and left me in charge, which obviously I'm not in charge, so I don't have the final say on this. But they were both errors in my book. There, I've said it. Hoover with Clark at second, one out. Ladarius takes off. The pitch is outside. The throw to third base, not in time. Clark explodes in with his 18th steal. Hoover let him run for third, and now Jake is batting against Povsey at no balls and a strike, and the Barnstormers have the possible go-ahead run over at third base. 18 for 18 for Clark. That was one of the closer ones. Rada got off a pretty good throw. The infield pulls in. Hoover batting at 0-1. Rendon is on deck. Povsey ready to go. And to Jake, a swing and a miss. It is 0-2. Anthony Peroni driving in his 22nd run of the season to tie the game. And the Barnstormers with 2 chances now to take the lead. Hoover batting 0-2. Povsey has him set up. And the pitch, it was in the dirt. They've got to throw to first base. And Clark is going to try to score. Here's the throw. Not in time. The speed of Ladarius Clark sneaks home the 10th run. And the Barnstormers have the lead. Because that pitch was in the dirt, they had to throw to first. First base was open. Hoover was free to run. The out goes 2-3, but Clark comes home on the throw to first. It had to be timed perfectly, and he pulled it off. Here is Clea Luis Rendon, who is 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored and an RBI tonight. Some aggressive base running by the Barnstormers here in the 7th, and they have retaken the lead at 10-9. You can't teach speed, and sometimes you can't replace it. Clark almost single-handedly has the Barnstormers back in the lead, forcing the misplay by Reyes, even though it was ruled a base hit. Staying out of the double play, stealing third, and coming home on that. Rendon tries to bunt his way on and fouls it off. Well, it's Devon Torrance out on deck, so Gindel, I thought, went into right field. Apparently, I am mistaken. And Rendon gets the ball inside and low. It's 1-1. Rendon trying to continue a perfect night. The Barnstormers back ahead, 10-9 to Cleo. It is outside and a 2-1 count with Torrance waiting on deck. Gindel, I saw him running down to the clubhouse. I thought he was getting a glove. And he is done for the night. 2-1, Rendon with a swing and a foul to the padding. 2 balls and 2 strikes here. Lancaster 10, West Virginia 9. Well, that will get Laporte off the hook. What do the Barnstormers do for pitching? They've got extra action down in the bullpen. Goodson faced 2 batters, struck out both. Ross has the right to take him out of the game. Rendon gets ball 3. That will go to the backstop. Well, the Barnstormers back in the 4th inning saw Jake Hoover go from first to third on a wild pitch. Ultimately, it didn't matter, but it was fun to watch at the time. And now the Barnstormers with some just great base running, using their speed here in the 7th inning, scoring twice. 3-2, ground ball on the right side. It finds its way into the hole, and Rendon's perfect night continues. bringing on Devon Torrance. Bethencourt allowed 2 hits, both of the infield variety, both to Clark, and both kind of muffed. He walked 3, struck out 1, and he's charged with 2 runs. Right now, he would be the losing pitcher, and there's something that seems very unjust about that. But the Barnstormers at this point would take it. Here is Torrance stepping in, and he is batting for Donald Goodson, which is why the Barnstormers do have the extra action in the pen. Right now, Goodson would win the game, and that would be deserved. 10-9 Lancaster. What a nutty affair this has been. Rendon takes the lead. And a Torrance ground ball on the right side. Easy play for Rosario to end the inning, 4-3. But the Barnstormers retake the lead. They get 2 runs on 2 hits with no errors. 1 man left. Time for the 7th inning stretch. Lancaster 10 and West Virginia 9.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
Like craft beers? Then the best place to be in Lancaster is Clipper Magazine Stadium. That's right, celebrate baseball or just a night with your friends at the Broken Bat Deck down the right field line. The Broken Bat features more than 20 local craft breweries, plus product from a local winery. Food including Otto's Meatballs is sold off a pub-style menu. So get together, hang out with your friends, or make some new ones. Enjoy a night of craft beer sampling along with a Barnstormers game.
Now we go to the bottom of the 7th inning here at Appalachian Power Park. Ben Wanger, fresh out of the Olympics, will take over for the Barnstormers. Donald Goodson, 2/3 of an inning, 2 strikeouts, and 1 wild pitch. But he gave the Barnstormers the opportunity to be able to come back and retake the lead in the top of the 7th. Now, Wanger it is. Just discussing some of the events of this night with Augie Silk, who is charting just below me and to my left. This has been unbelievable. Wanger is on for the bottom of the 7th inning and trying to pick up some very important outs here. He's been in 4 games, and he's done very well in 3 of them. At 3 hits, 5 runs total, with 3 walks and 8 strikeouts. He had 1 bad outing. Otherwise, the right-hander from the Boston area has been magnificent. He got into a couple of the games in the Olympic tournament. He'll face Rada, Easley, and Myers. All right-handed batters due up in the bottom of the 7th inning. The 4th reliever used by the Barnstormers here tonight. Only one of the fearsome foursome has gotten in, and that's been Goodson. And again, he was tremendous in getting the Barnstormers out of even deeper trouble last inning. First pitch is low to Rada. Ball 1 and no strikes. 12 men batted in the West Virginia 6th inning. They left the bases loaded ultimately. And Wanger's 1-0 pitch catches the outer edge on the way through. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ben, who went to Yale and USC and Miami for his collegiate career, has his master's degree. 1-1, foul ball to the screen. It is a ball and 2 strikes. He did spend some time not only at the highest levels of academia, but at the highest levels of collegiate baseball. Quite a good hitter as well. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here is the pitch. Fouled away. Rada stays in at 1-2. He is 1 for 2 with 2 runs scored in the game. And he was the guy who got everything started with his ground single up the middle with 1 out in the 5th inning. Thought that was harmless at the time with the Barnstormers leading 8-0 and DeSabatino cruising. He also scored on the balk, which was one of the pivotal moments of this game. 2-2 now from Wanger to Rada. Starting off the bottom of the 7th, a left-hander is loosening up in the bullpen for West Virginia. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ball 3. DeSabatino gave up 5 hits and 3 runs in 5 innings as the starter tonight. Espinal, a third of an inning, 2 hits and 4 runs. Laporte, a third of an inning, 3 hits and 2 runs. And then Goodson's 2/3 without giving up anything. Foul ball, thank goodness the net was there, or you would have heard a pretty loud racket in the radio booth. First, it would have been the ball coming in. Then it would have been me diving under the table. Then it would have been me sucking my thumb or something. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the payoff pitch. Spoiled once again. Rada and Wanger have already gone through 8 pitches. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Our game tonight, I'm just going to contemplate playing time alone, and nothing to do with the umpire delay, has taken right around 3 hours. So just another night of Barnstormers baseball here in 2021. Don't make any late dinner plans. 3-2, Wanger once again works to Rada. The payoff pitch is fought off once more. Now we go to pitch number 10. Easley is on deck. He hit the 2nd West Virginia home run back in the 6th inning. You know, the Barnstormers had gone 62 2/3 innings without yielding a long ball before Giardino went to work last night. And now it's been 4 in about a game and a half. 3-2 again, Wanger to the plate, and he walks him. That is a great at-bat for Rada. And the 6th walk given up by Lancaster pitching. Nate Easley will come to the plate. He hit 1 of the home runs back in the 6th. The other belonged to Miles Williams. The tying run has gone to first for West Virginia. The Barnstormers have surrendered an 8-0 lead tonight. They've been given another chance. It's 10-9 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Infield, double play depth for Lancaster. Hoover, Rendon, Allemond, and Dugan. And there is a bunt fouled. 1 strike on Easley. West Virginia trying to move the tying run to scoring position. The Barnstormers just retook the lead on a crazy top of the 7th, where they had 2 runs on the board without hitting the ball out of the infield. All built on the wheels of Robinson and Clark. No balls, 1 strike to Easley. Wanger comes back. Batter squares the bunt. Easley takes the 2nd strike after drawing the bat back. It is 0-2 as Moya is warming up in the Lancaster bullpen. Ross is, by the looks of things, going to use just about everybody here tonight. Niall Ball scheduled to go tomorrow. And he has thrown 7 in 2 of his last 3 starts. The pitch, breaking ball, tattooed into center, and a diving try comes up a little bit short. De Aza fires it back to the infield, a base hit for Easley, and runners are now at first and second with nobody out for Connor Myers. Alejandro De Aza went sprawling. He thought he made that catch. On to second goes Rada. With the tying run, the go-ahead run is aboard at first. It's been a while since the Olympics. Blake Galen came back from Tokyo right away. He returned on August the 6th. This is Wanger's first work 2 weeks later. First and second with nobody out. Myers stands in 0 for 3 with a walk. He struck out against LaPorte in the middle of that 6-run 6th inning. Rada at second, Easley at first with nobody out. Myers batting, and on deck is the shortstop, Kopach. Already Myers is squared around to bunt. We'll see if he draws it back. Instead, ball one is outside. Peroni throws behind Rada. Rendon tries to deke as if the ball had gotten in center field. And Rada does Rendon the honors of deking as if he fell for it, but he never left the bag. Ball one, no strikes. The count on Myers. This game looked like it was going to be an easy win for the Barnstormers. They still have the lead, but again, that lead is in jeopardy. West Virginia putting steady pressure on the Barnstormers and their pitching staff. 1-0 again. Myers is squared around as if the bunt, and there is the bunt over toward third. Hoover slips, falls, still gets off a throw, and records the out at first. It'll be a sacrifice 5-3, Rada to third, and Easley to second. But the footing went out from underneath Jake Hoover, and fortunately it led to nothing disastrous. Seen these incredible athletes be able to do that a few times for and against the Barnstormers this season, throwing from the seat of their pants and getting enough on it. Well, here is Kopach up for his first time tonight. We're going to have a box score that's going to look crazy again. Kopach, 4 out of 29 on the season. The Barnstormers bring the infield in. That is very risky with the go-ahead run at second. Breaking ball misses. Kopach batting at 1-0. Well, that makes the pitcher spot 7. One ball and no strikes. The offering, breaking ball, and that misses to Kopach for a 2-0 count with Jimmy Paredes on deck. By playing the infield in here, you're really taking a gamble. You don't want to concede the tying run, but you open up the possibility of the go-ahead run scoring with a lot greater ease. The pitch, skied to center, and this will be deep enough to tie the game. De Aza is back. He camps underneath. Both runners are tagging, and a long throw comes into third as Easley pulls up. The sacrifice fly gets it done, and we are tied at 10. 2 outs and Easley at second for Jimmy Paredes, and you may see an intentional walk here. That remains to be seen. West Virginia again comes from behind. We've seen these double-digit games all year. It's the first since August the 5th. when the Barnstormers defeated York 17-12. The left-hander is coming in, forcing Paredes to switch around to the right side of the plate. So it's 10-10, bottom half of the 7th inning. Moya will take over. We're going to take a break and pause for this.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
2 outs with the go-ahead run at second base in the bottom of the 7th inning. Reyes scoring from third on the sacrifice fly by Kopach. 10 apiece in the bottom of the 7th inning. Jimmy Paredes is the scheduled batter. Espinal is on deck. Now, Moya has been very, very good against right-handed batters on the season, but this is not his time of game. He generally comes in to start off the 8th inning fresh. Now he's forced in the 7th, and that can completely alter everything. Right-handed batters hitting just 176 off of Moya for the season. He is asked to freeze Eastley at second base and get the Barnstormers back to the plate in the 8th with Alamund, Deaza, and Dugan scheduled. This game started 3.5 hours ago. Trying to peek around the field. I don't know that there would be necessarily any other changes for the Barnstormers. Sure doesn't look like it. Here's Paredes. He's doubled his last 2 trips, one into the right field corner, one into the left field corner. And those doubles have been very beneficial to the West Virginia comeback. 10-10, the 11th time this year that both the Barnstormers and their opponents have scored double figures in a game. Lancaster with the 8-0 lead that has slipped away. Then in exciting fashion, they retook the lead in the top of the 7th. This lead has gotten away. Moya now in charge of keeping the Barnstormers from falling behind in the game. 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 run, and Wanger goes 2/3 of an inning. Moya is the 5th reliever of the night. Here's a pitch, and this is slammed to left center field. A long way back for Deaza, and that is up against the boards. Paredes with his 3rd straight double, and West Virginia leads 11-10. 3 doubles, 3 directions. Moya's first pitch hammered off the boards in left center. Second run charged to Wanger, and Edwin Espinal will come to the plate. Only Goodson has succeeded out of the Barnstormers bullpen tonight. 11 runs have scored for West Virginia in the last 2 innings when you're looking at the outs. Here's the pitch, taken inside and low by Espinal, 1-0. As I said, Moya has been good as gold in the 8th inning, but he starts innings fresh and works the 8th. This is a little bit early for him, and in a situation where he's not terribly accustomed, having somebody else's runners on. 11-10 West Virginia, bottom of the 7th inning. Moya goes back to work, and to Espinal, it is inside for ball 2. And a 2-0 count. Ross pulling out all the stops, but bullpen, which had been so amazing for about 2 weeks, has struggled terribly here the last 2 nights. They let a 6-2 lead and an 8-7 lead get away last night, though they won that one. Breaking ball is good, and Espinal bats 2-1. And tonight, an 8-0 lead slips. Paredes leading from second. Moya goes back to work. 2 balls and a strike. Espinal taps a foul. 2-2. So right now, Posey would be in line to win and Wanger to lose, but hold on. The Barnstormers get 2 more shots at this one. One of the left-handers, either Guzman or Testa, is warming up in the bullpen for West Virginia. Just in the bottom of the 7th inning. Gabriel Moya goes back to work. Here's the 2-2. That is fouled. We've seen a little of everything tonight. The Barnstormers using speed to score a couple of runs. We've seen power. We've seen a couple of mistakes defensively that haven't been charged. We've seen an umpire removed from the game. And I have to believe that decision was made by the league office. All the way back in the 1st inning, we've seen 21 runs, 21 hits. And in terms of time of game, we're, I think, running at about 3¼ hours and just in the bottom of the 7th inning. Edwin Espinal batting at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Alaman De Aza and Dugan will be facing the lefty in the top of the 8th once we get there. Espinal bats at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Moya will bring it home, and Espinal didn't trust that that wouldn't get back to the outside corner. He reached for it and knocked it away. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Two continuing. Moya out of the stretch, deals. It's popped up. Alaman calling for it in shallow center field. He'll squeeze it, and that gets the Barnstormers through the bottom of the 7th, but West Virginia has taken the lead again. 2 runs on 2 hits with no errors, and they leave a man at second. 8th inning of baseball will come up with West Virginia leading 11-10.
Bummer, the Barnstormers are on the road and you're looking for something to do. Clipper Magazine Stadium still has the answer for family fun. The summer movie series returns, presented by Lidl Supermarkets on selected nights throughout the summer season. Bring the kids out to the ballpark for family-friendly movies. For just $6.50 per person, you get to sit on the outfield grass and enjoy a film on the big screen in left center field. Showtime is 7 p.m. For more information and movie listings, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the events page.
72 years and 4 generations and still going strong. We are Gockenauer Appliances in East Petersburg, and we want to be your appliance store now and into the future. We sell all the best brand names of appliances at the very best prices. We also deliver, install, and service what we sell. Shop local and with your 4-generation hometown appliance store. Come to Gockenauer Appliances and see what a great appliance purchase experience is all about. You can even shop from home now at Gockenauers.com. Thanks for your support.
Fifth pitcher of the game is now in for the West Virginia Power. The Barnstormers have used 6. It's 11-10, West Virginia leading as we go into the 8th inning. No Barnstormers reliever has been able to come in and get 3 outs. Even Goodson got 2 strikeouts, but only 1 out. I think I mistakenly before said he worked 2/3 of an inning. So Allemond will bat right-handed against the left-hander now in the game. And I believe that this is Testa. It is. He is from Jackson, New Jersey, in the central part of the state. 5'10" and 185 pounds is Testa. First left-hander that the Barnstormers have encountered in the game. West Virginia has only 2. Testa is appearing for the 7th time. He's thrown 12 2/3 innings, giving up 15 hits, 9 runs. He has walked 4 and struck out 14. Allemond hit a grand slam back in the 2nd inning. The Barnstormers, for 4 innings tonight, had complete and utter control of this ball game. And we've had basically a cave-in. Rocks continue to tumble down. Even the Barnstormers retaking the lead in the top of the 7th didn't stop it. Allemond leading off against Testa with Deaza and Dugan to follow. First pitch off the outside corner. It's ball 1, 1-0. I don't know if our official time tonight will be over 4 hours, but we're headed in that direction. Allemond swings away, fouls it back, and the count levels at 1-1. Right now, it's up to the Barnstormers just to put pressure on this lefty. Deaza and Dugan hit left-handed pitching perfectly well, so you don't necessarily need to be concerned about the matchups at this point. 1-1. Allemond swings and misses. It is a ball and 2 strikes. Amazing work by Robinson and Clark last inning to get the Barnstormers back on top, using their speed to do it, each with a stolen base, and then Clark blazing home on a throw to first base off a pitch in the dirt. Allemond reaches out, hits a little looper out toward right field, but Easley was playing pretty short, and it's 1 out. With Deaza stepping in 0 for 2 with a walk and a sacrifice fly. Deaza stands in. Dugan on deck. The Barnstormers have 5 outs left. They need a run. Not that runs have been hard to come by tonight. The delivery is strike 1 to the outside corner from Testa. Left-hander back to work on Alejandro. He's down and away for a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Deaza, his last 3 trips, has flied out to each outfielder. To right in the 2nd, center in the 4th, left in the 6th. Delivery, breaking ball cut on and missed to make it a ball and 2 strikes now. The Barnstormers still a chance to pull this out. They've been very good at winning in the late innings. But this would be a very painful loss against a team They have swept twice this season. 1-2, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And it all goes back to Myers hustling down the line to stay out of the double play in the 5th inning. It was the turning point. Right on the heels of that was the balk. The Sabatino ended up allowing 3 2-out runs in the 5th inning. De Aza with a swing and a miss. That's out number 2. 9th strikeout of a Barnstormer batter tonight. Here is Dugan. Kelly with a 2-run bomb back in the 1st inning. First pitch to Kelly misses inside and low. Ball 1, no strikes. Next offering fouled away, 1-1. Tested, drops down a little bit, and delivers a second strike to Dugan. It is 1-2. West Virginia's closer. Tough to really think of anybody in that role, but I guess it's still Mike Broadway. They've had so many changes to this roster. Dugan goes down the left field line. That will slice foul. Since the top of the 5th, nothing has gone right for this Barnstormers club. It all started really with Gindel lining out sharply to first base with runners at first and second. Dugan lifts another one down the left field line. That will go foul. It had the distance to tie the game. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kelly Dugan. If he doesn't come through, Robinson, Clark, and Peroni would bat in the 9th. Breaking ball, and Dugan knocks it to center off the end of the bat. Playable from Myers, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Testa in the top of the 8th. Nothing across. Bottom of the 8th coming up with West Virginia leading 11-10.
Hey, $2 bill here, aka the rare one. Problem is, I'm so rare, people just saved me. But thanks to the new Cash Vibe with Quick Cash from the PA Lottery, I'm back in business. For just $2, you can get bigger jackpots starting at $150 grand. Plus Quick Cash, a chance to instantly win $2 or $6. Haha, it's good to be wanted.
Play Cash 5 with Quick Cash from the Pennsylvania Lottery. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
When everyone has a different craving, Wegmans Meals to Go has it all. All right now, all in one delivery. Pizza with the kids' favorite toppings. A delicious sub made the way you love. Fresh sushi for the whole group, and so much more. It's how busy people get busy eating the meals they love. Order on the Meals to Go app or at mealstogo.com to make everyone happy. Wegmans Meals to Go. All your favorite meals, all in one delivery.
West Virginia leads 11-10. Olmo Rosario, Miles Williams, and then the pitcher's spot due up against Gabriel Moya in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Barnstormers will have the 5, 6, and 7 hitters up in the 9th against the right-hander warming up in the bullpen. Always have to double-check this roster. It is Mike Broadway. They've had so many changes. I believe they've used over 70 players in West Virginia, but they've got a crew that they now believe can win. And we're seeing it tonight. What an amazing come-from-behind effort for West Virginia. The Barnstormers, they still got to answer. This, to me, is the only thing that needs to be answered by this ball club is, can they hold early leads? So many have gotten away. If the Barnstormers are in a tight ball game, late innings that where they haven't squandered a big lead, they generally find a way to win them. It's these games that are troubling. And if they can keep this from happening, from squandering the big early leads, this team's going to go a long, long way. First pitch slider from Moya misses to Rosario, who's reached base 3 times in a row. 2 out of 3 for him tonight. One ball and nothing. Line drive pulled down the left side and foul. It is 1-1 here. Rosario has lived in California for many years, in the LA area. Kind of the have glove, will travel guy, but always a productive hitter wherever he goes. 1-1 to the right-handed batting second baseman. Moya shakes down, now ready to go. And he'll step off against the leadoff batter here in the 8th inning. The game was scheduled to start at 7:05. We did not see the first pitch until 7:14. There had been an early delay. And then, of course, the altercation with the first base umpire in the bottom of the first inning held us up for a while. Ball 2 is in the dirt, 2-1. Twelve hits for West Virginia, 9 for the Barnstormers. Lancaster unloaded early. They will need to again. Ball 3 is now outside on Rosario. Moya falls behind 3-1. He gave up the go-ahead double to Paredes last inning on his first pitch. Battled back, retired Espinal on a pop-up for the final out. Now trying to get through Rosario, Williams, and the pitcher's spot. Here is the 3-1. That is taken for a second strike. The count fills at 3-2. Moya gets ready. Here is the payoff. Swing and a miss. Rosario goes down. That is 1 out for Moya here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Williams will step in. 2-run home run for him back in the 6th. That blast made it 8-5. He then struck out against Goodson, but reached when the ball got away from Peroni on the wild pitch. One out, nobody on base. Williams awaiting the delivery from Moya. He cuts and he misses. No balls and a strike. Robinson, Clark, Peroni. The Barnstormers have De La Rosa available off the bench and Schumpert. I don't see much in the way of a scenario. You'd see either one. It is low and a 1-1 count on Williams. One out, nobody on. Bottom half of the 8th inning. Gabriel Moya back to work here. Again, a swing and a miss. So it is 1 ball and 2 strikes. On deck is Reimer Liriano, who's having a rare night off. He'll bat in that pitcher spot. Fastball, strike 3 called. Williams goes down looking. Moya his fan too. Now, here, Gabriel Moya is in his comfort zone. He starts the 8th inning clean. Two outs. Liriano will bat against Moya. The Barnstormers bullpen in general this season has not been a group that can typically get out of a previous pitcher's problem. And we've seen that tonight as well. Swung on and missed by Liriano, and Moya's ahead 0-1. Last night, the story was similar. Moya comes in. His first pitch was blasted, and then it became Gabriel Moya again. 2 outs here, and 0-1 is the count on Liriano. That shake of the glove now down to the set from the far third base side of the rubber. The pitch, breaking ball, strike 2. Keeping the Barnstormers within a run. Broadway set to come in for the 9th inning in a ball game that has seen 12 pitchers. And the Barnstormers definitely will have a chance. 0-2. Moya to the plate, fouled away. Liriano hangs in for at least one more. Home runs by the Barnstormers in the first 2 innings. A couple of home runs by West Virginia in the 6th. Lancaster using its wheels to produce runs in the 7th inning. And you could see that again in the 9th, although Broadway's a little bit more experienced than was Bethencourt against the running game. 0-2 here. Moya will come to the plate, and he strikes out the side in the bottom of the 8th. Gabriel Moya sets him down, 1-2-3. The Barnstormers down a run. Broadway coming in to try and close it out with the score. West Virginia 11 and the Stormers 10.
You can enjoy a night at the ballpark and help out the United Way of Lancaster County. All you have to do is spend 3 hours as an usher during a Barnstormers home game, and the ball club will donate $20 in your name to the United Way program of your choice. Be a friendly face, have fun, and raise money for your favorite local charity. To sign up, go to the LancasterBarnstormers.com website and head to the community link, and we'll see you at the ballpark.
This is the sound of someone looking out for the safety of a loved one.
Come here, honey. Let's get you buckled up.
And this is the sound of a Lexus looking out for someone else on the road. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, you'll find great deals on our full line of vehicles, each with our advanced standard safety technology. But hurry, the sale ends September 7th. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Pre-collision system with pedestrian detection is not a substitute for safe and attentive driving practices. See owner's manual for additional limitations and details.
Mike Broadway has taken over for the top of the ninth inning, trying to save it for the West Virginia Power. Lanky right-hander. Broadway, 6'5", 220 from Paducah, Kentucky. 34 years of age. He's 2-2 with 3 saves and a .304 earned run average. He's walked only 5 in 23 and 2/3 innings, and right now that will take you a long way in the Atlantic League of 2021. It will be Robinson, Clark, and Peroni scheduled in the ninth inning. Switch hitter followed by a couple of right-handed batters. The middle innings, a big middle inning. It was such the story of the first half. Tonight, the 6-run, bottom of the 6th, but it really started back in the 5th inning with 2 outs in the balk. Robinson will lead it off. He's 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored tonight. The Barnstormers trailing by a run. Arguably, in a perfect world, you'd like to have a left-handed batter available off the bench, but it's not a perfect world. To Robinson, a ball is outside, 1-0. Trayvon would love to get something underway here. Next pitch, Robinson pops it up, and this one might stay in play. Paredes racing over, and he won't get to it. Robinson batting at 1-1. West Virginia leading by the score of 11-10, trying to beat the Barnstormers for the first time. Lancaster had run the table both at Clipper Magazine Stadium and here at Appalachian Power Park in the first half. Here's a 1-1 offering. Robinson takes inside and low and gains the advantage at 2-1. Trying to get on base and get something going. 2-1. Bouncer toward the middle and through, a base hit for Trayvon Robinson. The tying run is on at first. He makes a wide turn and pulls up. Now do we see him try to steal once again? Base hit number 10 for the Barnstormers. The tying run with speed is at first base. Clark is the batter. He has reached on back-to-back infield singles, though both have ultimately been based on mistakes by West Virginia. A failure to cover in the 5th inning and then a bobble in the 7th. Clark, the batter against Broadway. We may see him bunt, but he's going to swing away. He takes strike 1 on a slider to the outside corner. Slider, maybe cutter. Something bent that way. Anderson De La Rosa is out on deck. He will bat for Peroni. Anthony got the tying run home with a ground ball back in the 7th. Robinson out to a lead. Broadway has experience. Runner stays put, line drive, bounce to short. 1 out, back to first, and they double up Clark. 6-4-3. Tough to do. He got jammed, hit the one hopper to Kopach. De La Rosa is the final hope for the Barnstormers here tonight. And that double play may have completely ended the hopes of the Barnstormers. We'll see. Robinson wasn't able to get going on Broadway, who kept the runner in check. And Clark grounds into the double play, something you're not going to see very often. This will be a huge boost for West Virginia, which lost a disappointing game at Gastonia last night. And the Barnstormers would have to regroup after this one, unless De La Rosa can pull something out of his hat here. The pitch to the outside corner for a called strike. It is 0-1. Broadway on the verge of his fourth save. Robinson got the Barnstormers on track, but Lancaster has really not displayed any power since the fourth inning. De La Rosa, ground ball, third base. Paredes will scoop it up, and with the throw across the diamond, end the ball game. 5-3, West Virginia with a lot of anger in the first inning tonight, not directed at the Barnstormers, directed at the first base umpire. The Barnstormers supported it. The umpire was forced to leave, and then West Virginia able to rally the troops after falling behind 8-0 tonight. The Power coming back to win this, and we'll be back with a recap in a moment. Our final score, West Virginia 11, Lancaster 10.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 15 all the way through August 28. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Clinics tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster.
Well, the Barnstormers walk off the field having lost tonight by the final score of 11-10. They played perfect baseball for 4 innings. The first 4 innings were absolutely magnificent. We saw a tremendous defensive play from Jake Hoover. Dominic DeSabatino had a 1-hit shutout through 4 innings. The Barnstormers had 8 runs on the board. Their first 8 men that reached base tonight all came across. And it all fell apart starting in the bottom of the 5th on a balk with 2 outs. And that followed a near double play. The Barnstormers just did not quite convert. And 3 runs were on the board before you knew it. That was only the beginning for West Virginia. They plated 6 more against the Barnstormers bullpen in the 6th. Lancaster would retake the lead on some great hustle on the bases in the top of the 7th inning, only to give it back in the bottom of the 7th inning. West Virginia winning 11-10 here tonight. We don't have all the particulars of the ball game. 11 runs on 12 hits, no errors, and 8 runners left on base for West Virginia. The Barnstormers 10 runs on 10 hits with no errors, and 6 runners were left on base. The win goes to Max Povsey. He is 1-0. The save to Mike Broadway, his 4th. The loss to Ben Wanger, who is 0-1 on the campaign. Home runs for the Barnstormers. Kelly Dugan, a monster off the top of the batter's eye in the first inning, his 8th home run of the year. That was a 2-run shot. Blake Alleman, a grand slam in the 2nd, his 15th home run of the year. Both home runs for West Virginia came with a man on in the 6th inning. Miles Williams, his 12th, and Nate Easley, his 4th of the season. Time of our game tonight, 3 hours, 55 minutes. The crowd at Appalachian Power Park, 2,177. And they were here for the fireworks on the field in the first inning. It has been reported to me that both the hitting coach, Ken Joyce, and the pitching coach, Paul Menhart, were ejected along with David Kubiak. I thought that was him walking off the field, and then the umpire at first base. I was told that it was Brad Polk was the first base umpire. We're getting a completely different report on the game script here tonight, so there seems to be some discrepancies on the reporting there, but in any event, the first base umpire was in the midst of the firestorm in the bottom of the first inning. It had nothing to do with play in the game. Apparently it was a verbal altercation. We've heard some rumors that it had carried over from a previous game, and we had a lot happen in the bottom of the first. The Barnstormers out to the 8-0 lead. Dugan's two-run homer in the first, the grand slam by Alleman in the second. In the fourth inning, Jake Hoover singled to right center, took third on a wild pitch, scored on a double by Clea Luis Rendon, who later scored the 8th Barnstormers run of the night on a sacrifice fly by Alejandro De Aza. In the bottom of the fifth inning, Alfonso Reyta grounded a single up the middle with one out. It was only the second hit of the entire night against Dominic DeSabatino. Nate Easley followed with a soft liner pulled over the top of the third baseman, Jake Hoover. And again, you weren't worried about the big explosion. DeSabatino still seemed to be in control. Connor Myers then hit a sharp ground ball to Blake Alleman at second, and this is where the game started to get away from the Barnstormers. Again, it didn't look like much, but the ball came up a little bit on Alleman, and I think it just took a split second longer than normal for him to gain control and make the backhanded flip to Rendon at short. It still looked like it could be a double play. Rendon fired back to first. Myers was ruled safe, and it was first and third with two outs. Again, you're thinking, no problem, right? With Dominic Bethencourt, who was in the game as a pitcher, although he is a utility infielder as well, coming to the plate. And all of a sudden, before the first pitch was delivered, a balk was called on DeSabatino. It allowed the first run to score. Then, before you knew it, Bethencourt and Paredes delivered RBI doubles to right center and right respectively. It was 8-3. We went that way to the bottom of the sixth inning. DeSabatino was pulled. Yoel Espinal came in. Now, the last time he pitched here, he was fantastic. Tonight, he walked Omo Rosario, gave up a two-run homer to Miles Williams, got one out, then walked Alfonso Reyta, and gave up a two-run homer to Nate Easley. And before you knew it, it was 8-7. That brought Tyler Laporte in. Laporte struck out Myers, but then walked Bethencourt. Jimmy Paredes sliced a double past third, making it runners at second and third with two outs. A ground ball by Edwin Espinal was misplayed over at third by Jake Hoover, the first thing we've seen him bobble at all, and the tying run would score on the play. I take that, the tying run scored on that play, and then Rosario singled to drive in Paredes, giving West Virginia the 9-8 lead. The Barnstormers came back from that one. In the seventh, Trayvon Robinson picked up a leadoff walk, stole second. Ladarius Clark hit a ground ball to short, which was mishandled. Again, it went down as a base hit. Robinson to third, Clark safe at first. Clark took off for second as Anthony Peroni grounded out. The Barnstormers staying out of the double play. Robinson scoring the tying run. Clark would steal third, and then with Jake Hoover at the plate, Jake struck out on a pitch in the dirt. It forced Reyta to throw to first. Clark timed his dash perfectly. He beat the return throw back to the plate, scoring the go-ahead run, and the Barnstormers were up 10-9. However, it didn't last long. Ben Wanger came in the bottom half of the seventh inning. He walked Reyta, gave up a single to Easley. Runners at first and second with nobody out, and it was played perfectly by West Virginia. Connor Myers getting the sacrifice down. Then Kovacs in the game at shortstop, tied it up with a sac fly. Paredes with his third straight double, this one greeting Gabriel Moya, scored the go-ahead and eventual winning run here tonight. West Virginia with the victory. The final score was 11-10 in favor of the Power game, again, taking 3 hours and 55 minutes to complete. We'll take a gander at the other scores around the Atlantic League. Long Island trashed Southern Maryland 19-5. It was Gastonia holding on for an 11-10 win over York. High Point has defeated Lexington 4-3. The Barnstormers are still in first place. That is the good news. But it's tough. This could have very easily meant a 2-game lead for Lancaster going into tomorrow night. Instead, that lead just at 1. The Barnstormers with the 8-5 record here in the second half. In the South, High Point has remained tied with Gastonia. Both those clubs are 10-5, 2 games in front of West Virginia in the second half as the first half champion Lexington Legend continues to fade into the sunset in this second half. Barnstormers lose tonight 11-10. Tomorrow night, Niall Ball will take the mound for the Barnstormers, and countering for West Virginia will be Eric Sekula. Sekula 5-7, Ball with a 2-win and 2-loss record. That will do it for us here tonight. Now for all the cast and crew back at Clipper Magazine Stadium, our video producer Ryan Cortazzo, and our presenting sponsor, Gockenauer Appliances of East Petersburg. I'm Dave Collins. Have a great evening, everyone, and we'll see you at the ballpark.